Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the second part of the AOR 7 Hours of Indianapolis. As Tim mentioned earlier before, we have had a couple of last minute issues that we weren't able to cover off. So Tim did as best he could to cover as much as he was able. And I do believe that he had to very quickly dash away. So let's try and get some information up for you all. I am just going to keep an eye on a couple of things. Just to make sure everything is coming through perfectly. So we are picking up the race with about 4 hours to go, so we're not yet at the halfway mark. And I am just going to get a little bit of a look at how the top 10 stacked up today. So we had the 203 starting on, I believe it was pole position, or am I incorrect in this? I'm hoping that was... Okay, yes, so we had the 203 BMW starting on pole position. They are currently running in third with Zampieri at the wheel. We have the virtual racing team in the number 3 car, starting on second. The 127 Jean Alesi Esports Academy car in third. Renwelton Esports Youngster. The 444, which is currently leading the race on your screen. Currently, they started in fourth. Fifth and sixth, you had the SPQ racing teams, both the 201 and the 202. Those are the two Audis in fifth and sixth, respectively. Had the number 13 small PP car that is currently running in 17th. They started in 7th. So we have missed a fair bit of action, unfortunately, in regards to the pecking order as it is now. Number 8 in 8th, starting in 8th was Correct Racing, the number 28. They are not currently on my timing screen. They are currently in 14th, so still going. Ninth we had URL, the number 7 car. That has gone up to second. And then running at the top 10 was the N7 Racing 117. That is a... Is it the 117 or the 17? The 117. And they are currently in 25th. Just coming out of the pits, so not the best start, unfortunately. I hope you are all doing fine. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. You've had a fun day, whatever activities you have been doing, and we shall see how that goes from there. I'm just going to do a little bit of housekeeping on my end, just to make sure that my PC doesn't start screaming at me for whatever reason. Everything looks to be fine. And we're cooking. Okay, so, anyway, yes, welcome to part 2. Again, apologies for the lack of coverage for a few hours we have had. Like I said, a couple of last-minute issues that have cropped up. It is just myself for this evening. I apologise to you all, because now you have to sit 3-4 hours with me. I seem to get that a lot. It always seems to be me who's always doing something. With that. Now, I'm wondering if that is the... Okay, so we do still have a battle on here for 6th place. We have Mancuso in the SPQR 201 BMW, which means the 203 and the 202 are the Audis. My apologies to them for once again getting it wrong. Seeing if I can look at That's a lot nicer, that actually. Can I pop this out at all? I can! We're learning new things today. We are learning. I'm extraordinarily bad at this. But yeah. So we do have a battle on for 6th. The 420 McLaren of Correct Racing with Attila Code in the behind the wheel currently is chasing down that BMW. Gap is 1.2 seconds. So we will see how that develops. Indianapolis is quite an interesting circuit. It's, especially if you've not done it in ACC and you only know it through endurance racing, you will notice that it is the wrong way. So it is a different layout. It is a different orientation as well. I do know in iRacing they have a slightly different layout as well. So there are a couple of layouts to this circuit, but we are only treated to one here. And that is coming into the final section of the lap. Just coming through the final corner. You kind of want to keep a tight line just so you can extend on the outside, a little bit like the McLaren's doing. Just make as much space out of the road as you can and get your foot down. The BMW looks to be passing a back marking Aston Martin of the 689, and that is true. So that's Carol Pacara in the 689, currently running in 18th place. So we're currently on 107 laps, 4 hours and 5 minutes to go. So we're about half an hour from the halfway mark. 7 hours is probably one of the easier endurance races that AOR have put on this season. So it's not too bad. I think there's only 2 cars currently on the lead lap. Let me have a look. Where's the 203? So the 203 is safe. The 127 is also safe. The 48 is only just so, and the 201 has the race leader coming up on them very shortly. So we're going to have a look at Uz. Is Uz in a little bit of a battle? He is with C. Phillips. Come on, Uz, hold your nerve. So Uz just going through turn 1 there, keeping it nice and tight for the Got Racing 999. And we're going to have a look at Uz's lap. Switch to the helicam, keeping it nice and tight, and then stretch it to the outside, hit the brakes a little bit, throw the car in, and then you want to hit them once again, coming round and having a nice... Kind of want to keep it tight on the exit because you're immediately going to be throwing the car into a right-hander that will bring you onto what would be the back straight of this particular layout. There's a lot of road here, so there's a lot of chance to go 3-4 wide into this very, very tight 90 left. And once again, you're coming back across to throw it back through another chicane, and then keeping it very tight to try and eat as much of that curb as you can. And then just trying to get the best exit through there and getting a nice run to the outside for what is normally the IndyCar oval circuit. So there are quite a few heavy braking zones on this track. Turn 1 probably being the most aggressive because you have quite a lot of speed going in there. I think you get about 600 meter boards, which is quite unusual to see in racing. Normally you get the 300, 201. And then if you haven't stopped your car by then, you're not in for a fun time. So yeah, Us picking quite a nice spot, keeping it quite tight to the wall and going quite wide on the entry there. So probably lost a little bit of time through there. As once again they do come around. It is quite late. So it's gonna be what? It's gonna be 2 o'clock in the morning. Game time when the race finishes. That's quite a tall ask for them. This is quite a challenge. Again, this is quite a challenging hairpin. You need to pick your braking point and then pick what line you're going to take. There's a couple you can do, and then run quite wide out through there. But it is quite. I mean, you can see on the track map that it does widen out a little bit towards the exit, so it is a little bit more of a difficult one to negotiate, especially if you're racing somebody like your you're defending for position. There is the 728 going off at turn 1. The NSX. Can I get a replay and not break anything? Let's hope I don't break anything like Tim did last month. That would oh. So yeah, that Nissan just going the Honda, sorry, I keep thinking it's the Honda NSX just going just outbraking themselves and going off at turn 1, possibly hitting the curb as well, trying to get through the corner. The rear tyres are not really agreeing with what the driver wants at the minute. You can see the back end just stepping out maybe a little bit on there. But yeah, so a little bit of a mistake. They will cost them a little bit of time on that one, but that is quite a slow portion of the track, so not as much as if you were to spin, say, coming out into the one part of the oval section at the back end of the track, where we've just been through. So not the worst, but obviously not the best there. Okay, so let's see if we can have a look, and I'm going to see if we can, because I don't know if I can. I'm just going to see if I can find the... Sorry, I can hear someone downstairs being fairly loud, so I'm just making sure that it's not picking up on this end. I am trying to find the championship standings, but I can't seem to find them. Unfortunately, which is a little bit annoying. But we shall. But yeah, we shall see. Where are they? Let's see if this works. Ah, this looks more promising. Okay. So, okay, so we have a fight for the lead between two cars currently. So, Ren Welton Esports Youngster, which I believe is currently the lead car in, like, the leader of this race. Just going to confirm. Yes, so they are currently leading the championship by 3 points. 3 points in it between them and the SPQR 201 crew, which are currently running in 6th. So ideally they need the SPQ Racing 201 would need to pull an absolute worldie and win this race to be in with a shot of getting the championship on that one. And then we do have a couple of battles. There's a battle for 6th. There are 2 teams currently on 60 points each. CRL and Garage 991. So we will see how that develops throughout the course, as well as I believe the 127 is currently chasing down. It's Audi on Audi. The 127 is currently chasing down the 203. So the third of the SPQ Racing Team entries this season. They've been quite. They have put on quite a show of the SPQ Racing guys. It has been quite. It has been quite interesting to say the least. It has been quite fun. So they are coming through the probably one of the I'd probably say it's one of the more easier sections of the track. Not so much if you have lap traffic like these two currently do, because it can cause an issue, especially into the braking zone. Because if you're faster, you're more confident on the brakes. You know what your car can do. The 203 flashing at the Audi to let them by. I think the 127 cutting the grass just a little bit. Didn't know Audi made lawnmowers. That is not the first time I will make that joke tonight. So yeah, the 203 and the 127 picking the lines, picking the braking point. The 127 is ahead, but 203 has curve, and the 127 just edges out the 203. Not so much into the braking zone, but definitely in the middle of the corner. The 203 does have a bit of a look there to try and come back at that 127. So Girianti is absolutely flying at the moment. That was very well. Real coordinated, I'll say. It was very good racing. It was very nice that... Oh, the 203 has lost the back end and caused that Aston Martin to go just a little bit too wide for that corner. So the 203 did have a fair chance to come back, because even if you make the move, you are ahead, you still need to defend. And that's where it can go all wrong. And just trying to fight back just a little bit, trying to get a little bit of a straight line advantage, trying to get on the power a little bit early. The 203's rear tyres decided to disagree quite aggressively, ending up with the 203 nearly going sideways, but Zampieri managing to coerce the Audi to face the correct direction. I do believe we have the other SPQ Racing Audi under threat from yet another Audi. This time is Michelle Rizzo of the Virtual Drivers Alliance, the 115. So let's see if we can go on board. This is their view at the minute. It's not the most well-lit track, but they don't do much racing here in the evenings. It is always indie racing, which is in the daytime. So keeping quite a tight line, probably taking a little bit more curb than the 202 in front, but then keeping your line and sticking to it, and hoping the slipstream behind the 202 this time will be enough to close that gap just a little bit more. So we are still at half a second gap, taking a little bit of a bump on the curb. That's quite nice. Cutting this one quite. You can hit the grass a little bit. It doesn't affect the car too much, just because you are off throttle, just rolling through there. So as you come round, you don't get much time on the throttle through this part of the lap. You kind of hold the throttle. You don't push it too far to accelerate or let off to slow down. You kind of just want to hold the revs where they are through that middle part. Cutting the curb quite nicely. Someone going off into the dust a little bit. And then run down loads of room, loads of space, so you can pick whatever line you fancy. And both Audis are going to a similar line. A little bit more... not sure what to call it. The 202 definitely not taking to the to what's probably considered the preferred line through that right-hander. Just cut the curb as much as you can and try and get as good an exit as you can. Straighten the car up as quickly as you can. This one's a little bit of an awkward one, because you do have quite a slow corner, and then immediately you need to get on the power and set your line for this run up to the straight. So again, the 202 is still ahead. Gaps a little, come down a little bit. Say a little bit. It is pretty much in half. 0.273 between these two. Is the 115 going to have a look? Nope, they're going to keep themselves very reserved as that's a Lexus. That is my personal favourite of the season, purely because that has logos from literally everywhere, and they are extraordinarily funny. As they keep well out of the way, and very nicely done so indeed. And I think that is also the 420 McLaren up ahead. So this is now a three-way battle for 7th. So both of those Audis are very, very neat. The 202 having a little bit of a wobble there. See, slight counter steer from Giacomelli coming out of there, but still keeping it facing the right way. Especially as the temperature drops. It's 19 degrees. That's not too bad. That in the UK that would be considered warm. The 202 now going on the preferred line. They don't want to cut it too much, otherwise you will get in trouble from not ACC, but not from the stewards, from ACC for track cuts. You get 3 warnings on your next offence. That is it. So we have had no updates from the stewards as of recent. There have been a few time penalties and a few license points as well. The stewards have been very busy this afternoon. The 420 has had a time penalty. The 28 has had a time penalty. The 114 has had a time penalty. 114 has had another time penalty. The 999 10-second time penalty. Naughty, as you can't do that. I'm going to switch to the 202 and I'll just switch to the Helicam. Just so once they catch up to that 420 McLaren, you can see everything. While I just run through the rest of the incidents, shall we say. I should probably put myself in a commentary box. That might be a little bit helpful in case anyone does want to come and have a chat. If you do want to come and have a chat with myself, and if you don't, I would not blame you. Do not worry about that at all. Then just feel free. Any teams you just want to discuss, maybe the season, maybe this particular race, any challenges they've had, how they're feeling about the race and what they are going forward. That McLaren is looking ever closer to those 2 Audis. It's like that kind of reminds me of just like the 2 Mercedes in Formula 1. Just very nicely choreographed, but they're not the same. They're not racing for the same team, so it is quite interesting to see. Yeah, so what else did we have? 15-second time penalty for the 28. Some of these cars may not be running anymore. That may be due to technical issues or emergencies, or a couple of the team members coming together and saying we're a bit far back, so we will call it there. Has happened in the past. It does happen. It is a bit unfortunate because it is endurance racing. Literally anything can happen. So it is a bit of a shame sometimes. So yeah, they are now all 1.1 within 1.1 seconds of each other, just about. So we had a 15-second time penalty for the 169, a 10-second time penalty for the 63 as well, 10-second time penalty for the 112, and a 10-second time penalty for the 728. And then a 10-second time penalty for the 760. So there's quite a lot. The stewards have been busy tonight. Stewards have been very, very busy, it seems. Which is quite interesting. I mean, Indianapolis is a bit of an odd track. It's not my personal favourite. In fact, I have gone on record and said that I do not like this track. Not a GT3 car, not this particular layout. I love it in iRacing, done it in an LMP2, absolutely love it, so much fun. Where on earth? Okay, so we have a car coming into the pits, that is the 115. So the 115 is currently coming into the pits, that is Michelle Rizzo. So could we be seeing the start of the next round of pit stops? It does seem around that time. There are a couple of cars in the pits already. So the 202 is free to catch this 420. Rob does have a bit of a fight, but that is always okay because we will always have a fight nonetheless. So the 202 is dropping back a little bit. At least it does seem so. But the time screen tells another story. As we show Rizzo in the pits, a couple of laps down. I think there's only a couple of cars on the lead lap now. which would make getting that victory for the 203 quite hard. The Audi running a little bit wider than you probably want to there, but as long as you're not in the grass, you're pretty much good on that one. So again, it's not the biggest thing. It's not the biggest thing in the world to do, but it can give you a bit of a maybe some dirty tires if you're a little bit too ambitious. The McLaren's keeping it nice and tight. And the McLaren just needs to keep it clean, keep it smooth. You can see the different lines there. So the McLaren went onto the outside tarmac a lot later than the Audi, just to set up the braking point, just to get that braking zone sorted, and to get the right line in. Well, they're now within 2-3 tenths of each other. We'll see if that has changed coming across the line. McLaren throwing sparks. It runs maybe a little bit wider on the exit than you'd probably want to do on the regular. So it's about 4 tenths now, 4.5 tenths. So there's still plenty of gap there as they both brake for turn 1. Audi's having a look up the inside. McLaren is a little bit wary there, a little bit. I think the McLaren was caught a little bit off guard there from the Audi in the braking zone, and the 202 is now up into 7th place. They just need to make sure that they keep the car facing the right direction, and they can carry on their merry way. And yeah, just have a just have a nice race. The 202, the other SPQ Racing Audi having issues with tyres as they go around. And is there damage to that McLaren, or did they only just avoid a collision? I think it might be time to change those tyres, guys. Either that, or they've been pushing like absolute madmen to try and catch that. But the 420 is now back in 7th place from that from the pairing of errors from the driver of the 202. So there's a little bit more work to do for the 202 crew, and maybe a fresh set of tyres can help with that. So a little bit further down, there's a couple of battles going on. Again, I will be changing to a couple of different battles that I see, just to see how they play out, just as we progress. So it does look like the 28 is is dropping back a little bit from that number 3 Aston Martin. And we do have the 777 BMW getting very, very close to another Aston Martin, this time of the 689, and this is for 18th place. So we've got Richard Benz in the GOAT rating, smooth as butter, and it is against Carol Picari in that 689. So the BMW is very, very nice around here. It is very good, especially when it comes to curbs. I mean, the curbs around Indianapolis are fairly aggressive, to say the least. So it is a challenge to navigate your car without, just absolutely monstering someone else. BMW looking for an alternative line there. Not really done anything for it. Aston Martin knew where the BMW was, knew where it was going, and just took the normal line and had no issues there. But that BMW is very happy looking at that Aston Martin. So as we come into the next heavy braking zone, again, that BMW is getting ever closer. You can see how close it is. That BMW is trying everything. Going around the outside, maybe doing the switchback. Can the BMW get a better exit? It does not look like this will be a drag race down to turn 1, which is perfect. The BMW has a little bit of a slipstream. It's going a tiny bit faster, and he's now just alongside the Aston Martin. So they are entitled to the space, because all of the time you have to leave the space. BMW is hard on the brakes, gives the Aston Martin a bit of a spook. Aston runs a little bit wide, but the BMW has the traction around the outside, and that is moved on. So that was very nicely done from both drivers there, and Richard Benz is now up into 18th place. And we'll see if the Aston Martin can fight back in the next few laps. see if there's anything that they can do just to come back and see. But that BMW looks very, very, very comfortable. It is a very comfortable car to drive in Assetto Corsa Competizione, I will say. The only issue I have with it is the steering is absolutely monstrous. Aston Martin going a little bit deep there. Probably trying to have a little bit of a later braking so to try and gain back some time on that BMW. But for Richard Burns, that does seem as though it is job done. So let's have a little look down the field. We have a battle for 27th currently, with Sherlin George in the Beeswax Racing Misbehaving, Lexus, the 666, and the number 8 of Camille Becchia. So they are fighting for position. They are both on the lap. So the number 8 Porsche that we have in our midst. So yeah, this is a point where you're either having pit stops or it's kind of it is a little bit docile in terms of the overall on track action, because it's again it happens in every endurance race. The cars are bunched up a little bit. So the 77 and the 169 are in clear air. They're absolutely loving it. However, the 202 and the 420. Oh, the number 8 goes deep at turn 1, and that is job done for the 666. That is not even turn 1. That is this last heavy braking zone of the lap. So that Lexus will have an absolutely lovely run down to turn 1, with the race leader bearing down on them in that 444. So let's go back to the 202 and the 420 as the Porsche goes absolutely to another galaxy into turn 1. Did they... I wonder if they... I mean, they definitely outbrake themselves. There is no doubt about that. I'm just wondering where that issue came from. As the 729 Honda NSX, not the Nissan, Honda, goes into the pits. The 202 is once again on the rear wing of that McLaren, which I think is probably the closest battle for a position that we currently have. So let's have a quick look. I do have some information. Let's see. That is the wrong information. It's not. It's part of the correct information that I need. So we currently have the 202 and the 420, which is cracked, sacrificed the Guinness Tapper for this. Is that tapas maybe? So the 202 and the 420 sacrifice the Guinness Tap, and then it's a TM. Okay, they're currently in 20th, so they're not specifically racing for a position in the championship. They are still racing for points. So they are fighting each other, which is obviously what we love to see. We just absolutely love seeing. We love seeing on track battles. It's fun. It's a lot. It's definitely a lot of fun. But we'll see how that goes. So there's a car right behind these two, and I can't see for the life of me which one it is. I can't see it on the tracker. It's a BMW. It is a BMW. I know that. It might actually just be the number 5. But I can't get a good... that is just the number 5, which is currently in 16th. Manuel Rutter in the number 5, just behind these two as well. So they're just pulling him along. The 202 going again a little bit wide, dipping the boots in the dirt. Not really what you want, but they do have the speed they need. And yeah, closing that gap down to the McLaren again. The McLaren's done absolutely nothing wrong here. McLaren's been absolutely outstanding in terms of just their just being extraordinarily clean. There's absolutely, it's just been nailing it. Yeah, it's just been nailing it. There's not really much else I could say really. It's been clean, it's been smooth, and that's why they are still currently ahead of the 202. 202 who got ahead, had a couple of mistakes, and that has resulted in the loss of the place. So yeah, it is definitely something that that does count. It's not something to ignore, especially for drivers being extraordinarily clean. So yeah, the 420 took a little bit of a odd line through turn one, staying relatively away from the curbs there. The McLaren is probably the worst at this track for curbs. It's absolutely horrendous, because it's not very front heavy. Audi taking all the tarmac it can before it then starts dipping those tyres in the dirt, which is not what they want to do. They are keeping it fairly conservative. I think they are just waiting as the 127 is now in the pit lane along with, who else is that in the pits? Let me have a quick gander. The 999 is also in the pits. So there we go. Just get myself reoriented on my chair because it's going to be a long evening. Yeah, so the 202 keeping within touching distance, but I don't think there's much they're doing at the moment. Possibly saving the tyres, possibly saving a bit of fuel as well, depending on how close to the wire they're running it. We're going to go with Sir Smoggy, currently chasing down the 991 BMW for 8th place. So on board you can see the Michelin Man. Absolutely lovely. As they go up the inside, is that job done? I think that is. So that is the 189 Mercedes up into 8th place, and that 991 is still keeping tabs with it. Let's see how they fare into the next heavy braking zone. Both of them taking as much track as they possibly can to try and get a good run into the braking zone. So that BMW is still keeping tabs, but I think the Mercedes might start to pull away at this point. And Giacomelli still keeping Cody company up ahead. So if those two keep fighting, that could turn into a very, very interesting battle, as these two may close up. They're about 11 seconds behind, but that is not the largest gap in the world, especially when it comes to endurance racing. 11 seconds is not much, really. You can definitely lose that in pit stops, and people have lost that before in pit stops, and beyond as well, because spin and pit lane offences. There'll always be pit lane offences as well, which we won't know about, unfortunately. It's not logged by race control. It is entirely handled by Assetto Corsa itself. So we will have to see how people get on through the next round of pit stops. 656 is currently making their pit stop, as the 202 has got past the number 7. And currently has the 201 BMW ahead of it on track. The 203 is currently in 3rd place. So I think they are trying to chase down the race leader, and they're about just under a lap down. So it's now all for the 202 to just keep it smooth and keep it clean and make sure that they start to build that gap, because they would not want the same mistake to happen that happened last time as well. You may have to bear with me, guys, just as I keep myself hydrated, as you all should. And maybe a few periods of just me being a bit quiet, just having a couple of snacks to keep myself going, having a drink, and I may mute my mic if I need to do something like cough or things like that. So if you hear just a little bit of a quiet period from the commentary box, rest assured we are still here. The 420 is trying to go up the inside of the Audi. Audi's having absolutely none of it. Cuts the McLaren off, and McLaren is looking awful racy at the moment. It is really good in a straight line, that McLaren, but I think it's a little bit too pointy, as they do have a little bit of a snap coming out of there, and I think that is the 202 away and sailing. I have a ping in here. If Ersk is watching, I apologise, Ersk, I forgot to tell you. So, you'll have just seen a 5-second time penalty be applied to the number 3. I've seen involving car number 3 and 203 on lap 37. Lap 37, we're on 128, so the stewards are still catching up. They are very, very busy, it would seem. No licence points, but a 5-second time penalty for causing a minor avoidable collision, which is why there are no penalty points on that one. There are a certain amount of penalty points you can incur throughout the course of a season. But this is the last race of Season 3, so, and I don't believe they carry into the next season either, so it's, that's not saying go hell for leather and just pick up as many points as you want. That's not what I'm saying. I'm definitely not saying that. It is more effective, like any penalty points you do pick up tonight, if they're relatively small, they're not really gonna do, they're not really gonna be that consequential. So we will see how the rest of the evening plays out in terms of penalty points and penalties, to be perfectly honest, as our race leader and second place are in the pit lane. So has our race leader stopped? They have stopped in their box. They're currently out of their box, and Julian Naumann is still at the wheel, so they've made their pit stop, as a fair few of the other teams do make this as well. So there's URL Trafficker at the wheel in the number 7 BMW, and 2 of the SPQ Racing Team cars, the 203 and the 201 respectively, are also making their stops as well. 201's currently on its way out of pit lane, as the 202 comes in to make its stop as well. So the SPQ guys are coordinating that very well, and the 420 is covering off the 202 as well. And I think the number 7 and the number 8 are also coming into the pits as well. Felibis is yet to come in, but they will have a 5-second penalty to incur as well if they so choose. I think 5 seconds you can't serve in the pits. As Felibis goes through and is currently up into 4th. And then we have the 28 in the pits as well. So it is all stations for the pit crews at the moment. And indeed the drivers. Because it is not just a one-man show for a pit stop. You obviously have your driver to make sure they stop on the marks. And then you have the pit crew, which in ACC is not relatively modelled. There's a couple of guys that go around, and the game will just change the tyres for you. But yeah, so we'll see has everyone made it through the pit stop cleanly? We have about 5 cars left to find out. As Trafka is still in second place and the 444 is still in the lead, currently on lap 130. Where is the number 7? Just come across the line now. So there are only, I think there's 4 cars on the lead lap. We will have to see. It looks like I'm going to wait until William Hamling has made it out of the pits. We have had a clean set of stops, as the 177 is listed to be in the pits, but is not selectable, so they may have had a disconnect, or they may have left the race. Oh, my days, that is a very, very slow Mercedes. What has happened to the 63? Will the replay allow me to show you? That is the question. So they're just, okay, so it seems like they're just keeping to one side to stay out of the way, and then get on the way, and they are in the pits. So maybe some damage. It is possible that they have had some damage on their car, and they're coming in to fix it, or it might just be their time to stop, and they don't want to hold any of the faster cars up, which is always a very courteous thing, and it is always appreciated. As much as the drivers won't say thank you, they always appreciate it, because it's something that every racing driver, if you're fighting for position, if you're not fighting for position, sorry, and there's cars coming up behind you, and they're a lot faster, they're fighting for position, you don't want to annoy them, because then if you're fighting for position, they may do the same thing to you. So it is a bit of a courtesy thing, but it is also kind of in the rules within blue flags. But obviously, you need to pick where you do that. So back further up, Feed Libis is yet to stop. Is currently running in third. And we have Antonio Fedeli in the Jean Alessi Esports Academy car, so they have changed drivers in the 127. The 203 is currently running in 5th place, and is a lap down. Or maybe not. The timing screen is very fun to wait on. So the 201 is a lap down. So the 48 is a lap down. So the 203 is the last car on the lead lap. The 115 down is at least 1 lap down. We've got it sussed, guys. We've got it. We've got it worked out. So yeah, the 127 has done its pit stop. I'm just waiting to see when this number 3 will come into the pits. Norman's absolutely flying. What is the fastest lap of the race? That's by the number 7. Set earlier on in the race, so I can't see it. What are you on about? Yes, I can. So the fastest lap of the race so far currently is a 1:35.187, set by the URL number 7 BMW, and I'm sure as we get later on with the fuel running down, we may see that change hands. The 112 is currently catching the 420. In fact, the 112 is having a look up the inside of that 420 and seeing can they get through. Yeah, 420 has gone wide, and that has hit a couple of cars, I believe. Now, you want to hold your brakes there. Very nicely done. Just so that there's as little collisions as possible. I think the McLaren did tag a couple of cars there, in trying to fight with the 112 there. 112 I don't think's done anything wrong. I think the McLaren was just ran a little bit wide, and has just lost the rear end on that one from going onto the grass. So we'll see if the stewards think differently on that one. But obviously that is that is something that we will have to wait and see. So currently it's, I believe it is all hold station. So we are going to jump on board with our current race leader, who's deciding to have a little bit of a dip into the gravel, seeing if they want to fancy themselves as a rally driver. I'm going to assume they've decided not to, because they're very quickly back on the tarmac, and currently chasing down a backmarked Aston Martin. I believe that is that the Celtic Bromance car? No, it's not. It's the 689. So we will, we will pick up with them. We will pick up with a couple of the other cars shortly. But yeah, we're just going to keep it on the race leader just for a little bit. It's fine. Never does any harm, does it? But yeah, so the McLaren's close. That is extraordinarily close. Okay, I'm actually going to use my calculator here because I have no idea. So it's, what is it? 192 minus, I can see them. Okay. That is the difference between the fastest lap of the race and the 444's best is 5 1,000ths of a second. 5 1,000ths of a second. That McLaren is not happy right now. That's quite angry. That's an angry butt. That's an angry McLaren butt, that. Not happy. Not happy at all. Which is quite interesting because they've only just stopped. So I'm at this point I would expect the tires to be up to temperature, or at least I wouldn't expect many issues. Shall we say? That's probably a better way of saying it. I wouldn't expect many issues coming from a car on fresh tires, like as fresh tires as that. So it is quite a that is quite interesting to see the McLaren's having a little, just that McLaren having a little bit of a wobble there. The 201 is currently catching the 48, so we're going to have a look at that. That is the 48 Bentley, one of the only Bentleys, if not the only Bentley, running this evening. And that is currently now being driven by Justin Dijkstra, and Marcus Mancuso is chasing him down in the 201, which, if I'm not mistaken, that is the one that's... Yes. So that is the 201, who we are looking at now. It's currently the car that is fighting for the championship by a matter of 3 points. Again, 3 points is all that is in it for those cars. As they go fairly wide. Is that the 1.8? No, that's the... Which Mercedes is that? I can't see that one. The helicopter is in the wrong place for me to see who that is. But yeah, the BMW and Bentley making their way very nicely through that complex of corners, and that Mercedes keeping out of the way. It's the 63. So the 63 Mercedes being very courteous and letting them through. Let me... No further updates from race control, which is a good thing. But I am expecting a few more because they are on lap. They're on lap 37. We're about 100 laps. We are about 100 laps ahead of them. So it does depend on how many people report incidents, if there's any issues with any evidence, anything like that. So there are things that the stewards do need to. They do sometimes need to fight for the right stuff. For the teams competing to give the stewards what they need. But yeah, it is all fun and games. So we always have that's fun. I do appreciate the stewards. To be fair, they are very I think they are very fair. Not everyone's going to agree with the steward's decision. No one ever does. As I thought, I did think that Bentley was going to go a little bit wide there. As they come into that braking zone, the 201 is still keeping tabs on that. As they come through into... That is as close as you like. BMW throwing a few little sparks as they just take a little bit more of the curb than that Bentley. BMW is definitely looking for a move on the inside, but the Bentley has that easily covered off. So let's try a... I'm having a look at the camera sets. I've got things in the way. I do have things in the way. There are a couple of cars who are touching personal bests. Speaking of the 203s, just in a 135 122, which is incredibly impressive. It is on a new set of tyres, but it's extraordinarily quick, so it is it's impressive nonetheless. As the 201 is flashing at the Bentley for an unknown reason. I'm sorry to say, Marco, they do have track position. They are entitled to stay ahead if they so desire. They don't have to. They don't have to let you through. So I'm terribly sorry about that, pal. But if you want that position, you're gonna have to fight for it. As again, that BMW has a look up the inside. Coming into that sharp 90-degree left, and then throwing it back across for a long 90 right, and then a slightly off. Sorry, no, that's 245s. Possibly. Angles were never my strong point in school. As BMW has a look up at the inside, and that is contact between the 201 and the 48. Possibly a little bit more frustration of the 201, but that will be aero damage to both cars, which will probably have a little bit more of an effect, as you can see from the 201 there. So yeah, I think that was a little bit clumsy and a little bit ambitious, especially into that braking zone, because that braking zone is horrible. It is difficult to overtake on this track, but even so, like you have to pick your moments, and you've got to be sensible about it. I think there's a little bit silly there from the 201, that's resulted in damage, and that will be going to the stewards. So we'll see what they think and come back with on that one. Let's have a look further down the field. Let's jump on board with the number 16 BMW and its associated cars around. I believe it's currently behind the 420 McLaren. On track at least, not standings wise. So yeah, that's actually quite helpful for that BMW. They're just pulling them along, although I think that might be a little bit of dirty air getting the better of the air on that car. Running a little bit wider. The 689 is having a look at that 169. So it's two Aston Martins, and they have the 999 right behind them. So the 999's a lap down. But if Daniel van der Linde is faster, then he has to make the move stick, and he has to get outside of I think it's about 1.3 seconds, where you get blue flags on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Don't quote me on it. because I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, so the 689, having a look at that 169 Aston Martin, to see if there's any give in the space there, to see if they can get the nose in and try and get anything to materialize for them, which would be quite nice. But yeah, I will say that like the amount of just the sheer amount of effort that these guys put into setting the cars up, deliveries, everything, is absolutely amazing. Deliveries absolutely amazing. To be honest, all of them are really, really well done. There are a couple of favourites from like the comms team for a couple of different reasons, whether it be design, colour scheme, or it may just, I don't know, it may just catch their attention in a certain way, just like catch their fancy for something. Who have they got? That's the 48 of Dijkstra bearing down on all three of these cars. Currently, as the 689 is getting ever closer to the back of that 169, moving across to the right fairly early to have a look for the braking, and they are still keeping within it. The BMW is just keeping out of the way of that 48, and soon enough these two cars will have to do the same. So it just depends on how they go about it. If you are wondering why there are, so there's a couple of classes, so you have Platinum class and Silver class. The Platinum class is any cars that are running with a white square or rectangle around their car number. And then the Silver class obviously is the silver or grey box around their car number. Any that have red, they are a kind of like a sub, like a substitute in football, just to fill the spaces in the roster, so that we have a quite a nice, nicely filled field. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they are slow. It is just that they haven't run all season, so. It's not something. It's got nothing to do with them being extraordinarily slow. It's they're subbing in. Though 689 having a little look there, possibly second guessing, just a little bit. Did look a little bit squirrely on braking there, and they're extraordinarily close. And they do still have that Bentley, which will want to get by. Very. Very, very soon, to say the least. So we will have to see how that one how this one plays out, because the 169 has gone a little bit deep. 689 has got an opportunity. 169 is keeping tight to the line. 689 had a look around the outside, and that Bentley is coming very, very close to both of these two, going a little bit reserved for both of those cars. On the start finish straight, that 48 wants those two Aston Martins out of its way. Now, will both of them let that Bentley by, or will the Bentley have to muscle its way? It's having to muscle its way through. Again, it is something that drivers do have to appreciate. It's like they are in a fight. They're fighting for position. So it is a fact of, like, I mean, we know you're faster, but we need we're fighting at the minute. 48 making it a little bit easier for that 169, but the 689 is right back on the rear wing, of the 169. And then the 999 is just pulling a little bit of a slipstream to try and, I think, catch the 656. Give it a little bit of a push. The 63 Mercedes is currently in the pit lane as well, serving one of its pit stops. We have 3 hours to go. You guys have had me for an entire hour already. Lucky you. Extraordinarily lucky. Brilliant. But yeah, I hope, I say this an hour in, I hope the audio, as the 48 goes deep and ends up in the grass, causing a little bit of a traffic jam out of turn 1. So I hope Dijkstra can get the... that Aston is going very wide on the exit, and he's in the slipstream of that Bentley, and he's kind of stuck. It is kind of stuck right now. That Bentley has to brake, the Aston has to respond, and then the BMW... and that's the result of that. That was a little bit careless from Dijkstra, I will say, but yeah, that was... Honestly, that was not going to end well. There were 3 cars within probably about 500ths of each other, and one on the outside. The one on the outside did not escape getting hit, but it was probably the best case scenario. I think the BMW triggered that. It was getting extraordinarily close, and just the braking. If you're behind 2 cars, pick an early braking point, because otherwise things like that can happen. That is unfortunate, and again, that will be referred to the stewards. A little bit unfortunate, because that was a good battle between the 689 and the 169. So we have been robbed of that a little bit. But we are going to go up to see if we can find another battle, for which we can, the 112 and the 189. And I am keeping an eye on Fideli and Fidelibus as well. As the BMW goes up the inside, can they make moves? Stick into the right hand. The 189 is keeping it fairly clean. They had a better line through there, as the 28 is playing a bit of argy-bargy there as well. So now have the 189. Not only was it being chased by the 112, is now being chased by the 28 Ferrari. So we will see how that goes as well. I think Fideli's just dropped a little bit back from Fidelibus, but I am keeping an eye on it. I do have the live gap on my broadcasting thing. There you go, down to 310s. The Ferrari looks like it got a much better exit there, keeping a little bit of a tighter line, just to try and stop the Mercedes from doing anything where it could be a fact of, I'm picking this line, you're not having anything else other than the line you're on, and that just shows there 28 past the 189, and yeah, another one for another position back for the 189 crew there. Let's jump on board with Fideli and Fidelibus, because they are very close, and they are having I'd say they'd be having fun. Personally, I mean, it's extraordinarily frustrating as the Porsche's darting out of the way of these two, because this is for 4th place that these two are currently fighting. Which could, not saying it will, could turn into a podium for someone. Again, it's endurance racing. Anything happens. We've already seen that. Anything happens that 4 cars go into turn 1 at Indianapolis, and it results in absolute mayhem. But yeah, I mean, anything can happen, and anything does happen. Both of them taking to the dirt a little bit, probably not ideal. And is that a... 2 cars having a little bit of a scrap into the pit. That BMW did not want to go into the pit lane. And the Aston Martin didn't really leave it any choice. That's a bit... It's a bit of a shame, that one. Antonio Fedeli into third place. Felibus coming in to serve a pit stop, and they're going to have that 5-second penalty taken off them as well, which will be quite a relief for that for the number 3 crew, because now they can just get down to it and just get on with it. Which is it's all you want. You just want to get on with it. You just want to drive. If you get penalties, it's extraordinarily annoying. As Felibus does not have any penalties coming out of the... No, I don't know yet. They are out of the box. They're out of the pit box. Felibus is now in 9th? 10th? Because the 729 and the 202 have just gone by. They're currently in 10th. Where's the 112? Coming round the final corner. So we'll see where Felibus ends up. Poco is now in the car. So they have done a driver change as well. And served that 5-second penalty as well. So that is no longer looming over them. Ready to steal away a position in the final standings. Of which there will be some in roughly about 3 hours. Give or take about... What's a lap? About a minute and a half. So there are a fair few laps in the low 35s. A lot of them are doing mid to high 35s at the minute. Couple of low 36s. So I mean they are all roughly on pace with each other. I'm going to ignore the one from the number 3 where it says it's just done a 2:34. It was in the pit. So you lose about a minute. Okay. So in the pit lane you lose about a minute. Under that. So let's have a look who we've got. The 189 is now chasing the number 3. The number 3 I'm expecting to pull away because it is on brand new fresh tyres, as the timing screen is now giving us a little bit of an update. Although the 991 is looking a little bit racy against that 189 as they come through the final turn. How wide does the Mercedes go? Not too wide. You can cut the grass and get away with it, but why would you want to? So you can do it, you just wouldn't want to. If you are fighting for position and you're being pushed a little bit, you do have that little bit of a gap. The 888 is a backmark. I believe that's the Lexus with the awesome livery. I don't care what Tim says. Tim doesn't like it. I love it. So I'm the only commentator on tonight, Tim. It's an amazing livery. So there you go. But yeah, so the 991 is keeping tabs with that Mercedes. The BMW in front. No, the Lexus. Is that It is a Lexus. Kicking up a few sparks. I love that livery. And that 991 is very close to the back of that 189. Number 3 is just off in the distance as you see it go through that right-hander there. So we'll see how these two get on. Let's jump. Can I get... There we go. I wish I could rename these on the thing. The BMW game, very, very close. So much so. Oh, the 189 goes wide into that heavy braking zone, and that is the 991 thrown away into P13. A little bit unfortunate. It is very easy to miss your braking zone. And again, it's unfortunate that it does happen, but if you are defending, you kind of keep an eye on the guy behind. But it is also a fact of you also need to make sure you pick your line and stick to it. We've had no new reports from race control as of yet, which is always it's always a good thing. But sometimes they will just do them in bulk, which is hard to work through. But obviously we'll find out when they start doing it, because they'll literally they'll just post it through on the server. So there we go. Yeah, again, so we're getting into the point where it does lull out a little bit. Oh, they have private boxes. Yeah, it does lull out a little bit just as the tires come in, as they all like settle down for the stints. Because I think the stint time is 70 minutes, so at that point it's not actually the stint timer that will give up; it's the fuel. I think you've got just over an hour's worth of fuel in a full tank. So if you have an hour and 10 minutes of a stint, you wouldn't then need to either choose to save a bit of fuel at the start and then run to the timer, or run to the fuel. Which it is a hard gamble to decide which one's faster overall. Because it depends on how fast your team is. Because some of them will be able to run to the timer and still save that fuel and be extraordinarily quick, but some of them will just go hell for leather, but make up the time you'd lose. It's just a fact of whether you can. So you'd make a total of about 7 or 8 stops, barring any like damage. So yeah, it's like you'd probably lose. I don't know. It's hard to say, because you can't run to, oh well, it's this many laps, because you then change your lap times to save the fuel, and that's something that they will have had to work out, and I just asked my buddies, like, okay, what can do this, what can this do, what can this do, and it's just like, okay, so you'd need to do this. Which is good. It's like they're the race engineers, and I'm the squidgy bit, that tells the car which way to go. Except tonight, where I am a squidgy bit behind a microphone, commenting on very skilled people piloting. How many cars we got? 34 currently, running around a track. As there was a little bit of dust that was kicked up by one of the 3-4 cars in front of this Audi. And I think, where is the 127? Oh, we're on board with the 127. It's the 203 we're looking for, which is a little bit further back. So let's jump on board with the 28, because they are in a battle of 3. So the 28's in the middle of it, chasing down the 112. And then the number 3 is right behind them. So this could be an interesting battle, to say the least. So Ferrari getting a little bit loose there. It does look extraordinarily close to that BMW. And I'm just wondering where the Aston makes the time. It's not making the time on the straight. I'm just wondering if it's in the final sector, the first. Because again, that Aston's pulled time. That Aston's pulled half a second on both of them. I think that might be on fresher tyres than those two. But even so, to pull half a second in a sector is absolutely phenomenal. As they come around the final turn, Ferrari looks a little bit too far back to challenge that 1-1-2. The Aston Martin, however, looks in a prime position. The BMW is just getting a little bit of a tow from the Honda there, as the Honda does not seem to want to just possibly drift to the side a little bit and let the front runners. I mean, I would say front runners, they're not leading the race, but they are still a fair distance ahead of the Honda itself. So, yeah, it's a distance of 3. That's, yeah, so the Aston's making that in the, well, it's not making the time there. Quite a few drivers going wide at there. The Ferrari has a look up the inside. The BMW covers it off. Only just a little bit of a late move then. The Ferrari is not happy. As you can see, the headlights of that Ferrari just flashing the BMW to just to let it know it's like I wasn't a fan of what you just did there. Aston's not a fan either. Aston wants to get by, but if you want that place, you have to work for it. And the Aston is working for it. So that is up the inside. The final hairpin coming into the final left-hander. And that Ferrari driver will be extraordinarily annoyed right now. Because not only did the BMW do something relatively rude. I'd say, I don't know if it was 2 moves. But definitely a little bit of a late move under braking, I think, to try and cover the Ferrari, possibly to try and avoid a collision with the with that NSX, but that's something something we'll have to look at. The NSX keeping relatively out of the way. The 69 Alexa NSX. How many different cars can I call that NSX? I've called it a Nissan. I've now called it Alexas. But we're back to the number 3, the 112, and the 28. The number 3 is probably going to start pulling away from the 28. I'm going to stick to the car in the middle, just because that's where most of the action should be. Yeah, that number 3 has seemed very, very quick. In the last few laps, it's absolutely pulling just absolutely massive laps out. His last lap was a 130. No, it was a 136.7. My apologies. But yeah, so as they're coming up, it's about 0.2. It says on the broadcast. The broadcasting app, and it's 0.161. So that Aston will be looking for the move into turn 1. They're side by side. Does the Aston get it under brakes? BMW, is it going to fight back on the exit? It does not look like it. It looks like a clean cut for the number 3. Although the BMW is still keeping relatively close to it. So we'll see if the Aston is able to just pull away a little bit more than so the So that BMW is not as close as they would like it. And I don't think they, I think the BMW was a little bit squirrely on the throttle there. And I think is now under threat from that 28 again. So I think the number 3 might have had to just clear those 2 cars to get back to where their pace is setting them in the standings. BMW's not helping itself. They're running a little bit wide and throwing a couple of sparks as a result. That 28 is looking mighty fierce against that BMW. I'm not going to lie to you. Something's gone in the dirt. What is that? Is that the Lexus? Looks like a BMW actually. That's just taking a trip to the dirt there. I think it's left a little bit of room for the BMW we're currently watching defend against that Ferrari again. The Ferrari's not going to make it this lap. Sorry, into this corner. This lap they've only just started one. So yeah, we're coming through. And there's a couple of places the Ferrari can probably try and get the BMW, but they do need to keep relatively close. The BMW again running a little bit wide. So are they pushing a little bit harder than they maybe should to try and get? Oh, the Ferrari's going up the inside of that BMW. BMW is running really wide through that hairpin, and the Ferrari almost had the move done. It was just the right-hander coming into that was stopping them. Ferrari has a little bit of a look and keeps closely behind the rear wing of that BMW. But yeah, that BMW is looking a little bit wayward at the minute. It is running a little bit wide here and there. So if they are trying to, they're just trying to push and try and get some distance between their car and the Ferrari. They haven't been doing themselves any favors there. It's a little bit of a snap on power, and the Ferrari is probably gonna try and do something into turn 1 this time, because they are a lot closer. And I think they got a much better exit as well. So as they cross the line, it's 2.234, the gap. BMW covers off the inside of turn 1. The Ferrari is on the outside and staying there for the moment. Again, the Ferrari's not happy with how that BMW is driving, and the Ferrari has dropped off. What happened to the Ferrari? I would certainly like to know. So they stopped and have continued on their way. That's quite odd. So we'll have to see what comes of that. The Ferrari's just trying to warm its tyres up at the moment. The 202 is extraordinarily close to that 729. Trying to make another point. As the 115 for Pareca makes another pit stop. There's only a couple of pit stops left to make. Ferrari kicking up a few sparks as we do it. Oh, this is a battle for... Oh. I'd like this car. No, I want... Where's the middle? There's the middle. This is a battle for 6th place between 3 cars. The 48 of Justin Dijkstra, the car on board we are currently watching, the 729 of Willem Karsten, and the 202 of Diego Carlino. That NSX is looking quite pointy at the minute. It's looking quite nice against the Bentley, as all 3 of those are hustling through. There's a half a second for all 3 cars. That 202 is having a look up the inside, thinks better of it, and picks the braking point on the normal line. It is a little bit interesting to see how they how they fare in terms of like their different line. They are very slightly different lines. Through certain corners, you'll find that they'll there's not really a difference, but especially through semi-fast left rights, it is something where it is something that we do like to see. Again, just because the information we see, the guys behind the wheel are also looking at that and thinking, okay, he's doing this. What can I do that's better? So as they come across the line, it is still all stations, the 48, the 729, and the 202 coming into turn 1. That's how you take 3 cars into turn 1, albeit there is a little bit more of a gap, but very well managed. Because they pick their braking point and then may brake a little bit early, but a little less. So you do start slowing the car down, but you don't absolutely anchor the brakes. That 202's backed off a little bit by the looks of it. And that again, that NSX is getting a very, very good look at the rear bumper of that Bentley. But it doesn't look like they're going. Doesn't look like they're going for anything specific at the moment. They're just I don't know if they're holding station or if they're just waiting for the Bentley to make a mistake. So yeah, the 202 is losing a little bit. The Bentley runs deep into turn 1. Can it keep the place, or will the NSX run through? I think the NSX might have it into the next corner. The Bentley is still hanging in around the outside. This is a nice drag race into turn 1, and the 202 is going to be loving this. Oh no, three wide. They're 3 wide into turn 1. Who is going to win out on this? Is the 202? The 202, 2 overtakes into turn 1. Firstly, to all the drivers, absolutely phenomenal. That was amazing. Secondly, well done to the 202. Making it work and making it through clean. 3 wide into the heaviest braking zone on the circuit. Absolutely well done. We're going to keep on board with the 7. We're going to keep watching the 729 and the 48 hack it out. I think the 202 might start to pull away ever so slightly at this point. This is more action than the World Cup. Depending on which match you're watching, of course, but you know. Been sat on keys for 3 hours. That hurts. I've just found some keys in my pocket. That was not ideal. The 729's I think it's getting a little bit off from that 48. From the looks of it, the 202's very happily running off. Although not at a huge pace. There is still half a second. So yeah, the 202's gradually going away. It was a brilliant move from the 202. As the 169 makes a pit stop, as does the 340. Oh, what 729 definitely had a snap of oversteer there. Definitely not what you want, especially going through a fast section on a racetrack. Definitely not what you need. Yeah, no reports again from race control as of yet. So it's all looking good. 2 hours and 38 minutes to go. How is our race leader? There's a couple of cars coming into the pits. The 169 is in, the 340 just left the box, and the 728 is making their stop. They're just chilling. The race leader's just chilling. Number 7 is on the same lap. Who's not been lapped yet? The 203. What about the... Okay, so the 203. So only the top 4 are on the lead lap. As that 77 BMW keeps well out of the way. Not wanting to upset or delay the race leader. In any way, which is quite nice. As a 729, as I said, is coming into the pits. So backing off from the 48. So they are... making that stop. Yeah, the 202's just pulling away now. About a tenth a lap, so not like monumentally fast pace, but enough to kind of ensure that the car behind's not really going to do much. Let's have a look further back. So there's not really much. Ooh, the 69 and the 13. How close were they? Relatively, I think the 69's just a little bit further back. The 13's having a bit of a torrid time with the 127 in front. The 127 doesn't have to move it the way, however, because they are on a... What lap is the 127 on? 159, 127. 127's in third, so they definitely do not have to move. As the 79 comes out of the pits, and no penalties for pit lane infringement is the word I was looking for. No pit lane infringements, which is good. We don't want to see any pit lane incidents. Because, I mean, actually, it's not the worst pit lane this... Well, it's not the worst one in terms of lost time, sorry. It definitely has the worst exit. They don't have to move. I'm sorry, Thomas, but they don't have to. They're in third. And they're about 2-3 laps ahead of you. I'm sorry. Oh. That was a little bit... I don't know if they're trying to get past and then try and get in some clean air. Which I mean wouldn't really do much, because then they'd have the 991 right ahead of them in the 28. So I'm not exactly sure what the plan of the 13 is at the moment. They're definitely not happy. The 127s, they feel the 127 might be holding them up, but again, the 127's in third place. They don't have to yield for anything, except the race leader if they have come to lap them. What was I? The 28 and the 991 were relatively close. I think that was the last battle I saw on the timing screen. I got there in the end. The 48's keeping up with the 202 though, so they have lost a couple of tenths. It might be because of lap traffic. I mean, they're in a little bit of a who are they behind? They're behind the 999. Who's in the 999 of them? Is it still Daniel van der Linde? It is. As the 28 is getting ever closer to that 991 is the Ferrari. Even has a look up the inside. And gets a much better exit on the run down to the sharp 90 left. There's 2 cars going into this, and the 28 is the victor of that particular battle, at least for the moment. Who do they have behind? The 127. So these guys will actually have to get out of the way, because third place is very fast approaching them. So they'll definitely have to. We'll definitely keep an eye on those two. It looks like the 9M1 is a little bit fallen, a little bit further back at the moment. The fastest lap of the race is still that 1:35.122 set by the 2:03. Bloody impressive lap. The McLaren's finally got past the 127, and that looks like a bit of a mess. That is... I'm not sure what you expected from that. I'm not sure what the 13 expects from this. They are a lapped car. They don't have to move out of the way. And if anything, I think it was a little bit ambitious from the 13 to try and get past both of those cars. Flashing incessantly is definitely not happy. I mean, yeah, it's... I'm not 100% sure on what they expected to get out of that. If I am perfectly honest, it's yeah, I'm not sure. Because they're technically a back marker. They have to fight for it. They can't just be given it. That's not how racing works, I'm afraid. They're going for a look up the inside into turn 1. Will the BMW just let them through? No, the BMW's gonna fight a little bit, and then I think the BMW will back off a little bit and let that 127 through. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, I'm not sure what the 13 had to gain off that. My opinion, the 13 should have been more respectful and more contained, personally. But yeah. That may get reported to the stewards, and again, see what comes of that. Latest updates. From race control, and it is not good news for the crew of the 999. It's quite a hefty one. A 20-second time penalty for the 999 for causing a moderate avoidable collision, and they have 2 license points as well. Ouch. That is gonna sting. That will sting. Fair amount. Yeah, that is that was from lap 141. Not too far, so I think we might have had a few clean laps up until this point. Is this because we've started watching them again? They're all just trying to give us a little bit more action, but like keep it clean. Yeah, that is gonna sting for the 999 crew. 20 seconds. That is a monumental time that they'll have to serve in the next stop. That stings. Yeah, so number 3 is now chasing down the 48. I think this is roughly where they were before their stop and that 5 second. The number 3 is definitely looking in better shape than the 48 right now, I must say. We're going to have a look into turn 1. Oh. I think, well, he is now. Aston Martin a little bit later on the brakes. And both of them make it through relatively close as well. So, the question is, can the Bentley keep up with the Aston? Theoretically, yes. Although that Aston looks to be pulling away at a rate of knots. What's the gap? What is the gap? 0.7? Yeah, 0.7. That is, that's a monumental effort from the number 3. That Aston's flying. I mean, it does say fly on the roof, so, you know, kind of makes sense. Actually, who's... again, I do need to do a little bit of housekeeping. Again, I just need to do a tiny bit of housekeeping on the comp side for a little bit later. So we are past the halfway point. We are very much past the halfway point in this race. The Triple 4 has a fair lead. It's not the biggest lead. It's about 10 seconds. Looks a lot more than 10 seconds. It is more than 10 seconds. It's about 37 seconds, I think, is the gap. I'm trying to do quick maths based off their current lap times. Because the tracker is relative, it's not standings wise. And the standings don't tell me. Which is nice. And that's Antonio Fedele in the 127, currently coming into the pits for a stop. I think it's around about that time. So it should be roughly around... Oh, there's a yellow flag. The 728 has gone off, gone wide. Looks like they're to the right of the track, so I think they may have just spun the car on exit. Can happen. A little bit unfortunate. Garetana is getting into the 127 as it finishes its stop. The 999 has finished their stop along with that 20-second time penalty, and it's hrs in the car. That's a little bit ill-timed, because that's who I had to ask something. I literally asked them a question, and again in the car, it's like, I don't want to speak to you right now, I'm busy. Okay. That number 3 is looking... That number 3... What is that? What have they done to that number 3? That thing's come alive. It's now chasing down the 202, which I think is not too far off making a stop. That number 3 is absolutely flying. They're very comfortable in the car right now. Leonardo Poco's just happy as Larry right now. I don't know who Larry is. I don't know where that's come from, that phrase. Happy as Larry. Like, who's Larry? I don't know a Larry. I don't think I know a Larry. But yeah, that Aston Martin is just absolutely... It's like it's on rails. I don't think it's going to get the Audi this lap. I think the Audi's got too much of a... too much of a power advantage. The Aston Martin has a bit of a look, but it's not not really worth much, that, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, they're still keeping relatively close. What's the gap? 0.4 currently, was it? 0.2. It's 0.2 now. I've got a relative thing on the thing that I'm reading to try and figure out before the timing screen updates. It's just a little bit confusing. It's 0.3. But I think the Aston would they have a look? See, they're having a look, but they're not doing much about it at the minute. I mean, I don't know if are they just comfortable sitting behind the Audi, or are they collecting themselves before they absolutely chuck it? The number 16 BMW is currently coming into the pits as well as the 656 is leaving the pits. I really wish they had the pit boxes on the... Oh, the number 3 is making a dive up the inside. 202 is only just hanging around the outside, and I think that is job done into the final turn there. So yeah, that's the number 3. That number 3 is absolutely just... I don't know. It's like a man possessed, is Leonardo Poco right now in that Aston. Absolutely throwing that car around, and it's just doing what it wants. Car's just doing it. It's like, yeah, you want to do it? Okay. The number 8 is coming in for a stop as well, and I believe the 689 is doing the same. So yeah, we are coming up on the next round of stops as well. The number 5 is in there. Also, is our race leader. The race leader is making a pit stop. So will it be Julian Naumann in the car? Or will they do a drive change? We will have to have a look. So where is Trafka right now? Trafka is coming into the last heavy braking zone. So not too far away from where we currently are with the number 3. So let's just go to see where Trafka is. Trafka is coming into the pits as well. And then the next one through would be the 203, which is on the back straight. So race leader and second place are currently in the pits. There is our race leader, the triple for McLaren. It's quite an audience out, and they have quite a lot of t-shirts on to say it's 10 to 12 at night. It's probably quite cold. Maybe put like a jacket on, hoodie or something. Yeah, it's quite interesting. But yeah, okay, so the 48 and the 112 are also in the pits, so it is that time once again. 2 stops to go. No, 70 minutes from now would be... Ooh. Are these? These will probably be the penultimate stops for these teams. Peachman is in the car. Tim Peachman in the 444 McLaren. And are they going to do a driver change in the number 7? The 203 is in the pits as well. So Giuseppe Dana is currently in the 203. And I think just waiting for it to update. Got the 716 as well, the 777. Trafka remains in control of that number 7 BMW. Yeah, that is why the pit exit in this is absolutely horrendous. The 202 is coming into the pits as well. The 203 has made its... I believe it's made its stop. Yes, because Daniel Riccitelli is now in the car. So they have done a driver swap in the 203. Marco Mancuso is still in the 201 for the moment. We'll see if that updates. But yeah, so you get spat out. So this is where it is. Nothing but plastic barriers, and then you just get spat out into... If there's 2 cars coming through there, that's a crash waiting to happen. It is one of the reasons I don't like Indianapolis. Is just the pit exit is just absolutely awful. So yeah, the number 7 has not done driver change. The 203 has. The 201 has not still. Oh, Matteo Morano. They have done a driver change in the 201. Matteo Morano is now in control of the 201. Audi. BMW. And then I think Sonotti has just been placed into the 202. Dionysus in the 28. The Beeswax Lexus 888 and 6. 888 and the 666. The 888 is currently running in 32nd place. And they are currently chasing down the 77. Which is a little bit further ahead on track, just running a little bit wide at turn 1. And then the 666 Beeswax car is running in 28th. And that is just coming onto the back straight. Who are they chasing down? They're chasing down the 114. As the 63 Mercedes has gone a bit wide. Has gone off into the gravel. And needs to be very careful about coming back onto circuit. And has done so very nicely. So yeah, that is the car that the second Beeswax that the Beeswax 666 is chasing. Not too far away. What's the gap? It's 8.5 seconds, so still plenty of time. Still a fair few pit stops to make for a lot of the teams that are lower down the field. Race Anywhere SimSport has a drive-through penalty that they are going to be serving this lap. That will be for speeding in the pit lane. Ouch. A drive-through is actually worse than a time penalty, because a time penalty just delays your pit stop a little bit. A drive-through is a lot of time lost. Thank you very much, Gassix. It's... No, they've got a drive-through the 201. That is... ouch. We nearly made it, guys. Nearly made it. An entire commentary stint without a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. And then I got 2 at the exact same time. This is not fair. And the 201 serving that now, so they will not be fighting for the... I don't think they will be fighting for the championship tonight. The 201, that is currently in second place in the championship. So, yeah, that's how it is currently looking for them. Yeah, we do try our best. The AOR comes guys, not just the guys who do the endurance championship. Like myself and Tim. I know Tim does. I think he does either is the Tuesday or the Friday league. Can't remember which. I'm sorry, Tim. But yeah, there's been loads of guys. We've had John as well. We've had John with us this season doing it. Tetra, Christian as well. So we've had an absolute monster team this season. It is a little bit unfortunate that it's tech issues that you are Unfortunately, meaning you are stuck with me for the remaining 2 hours and 10 minutes of AOR Season 3. This is the last race. There's only 4 races this season. There will not be another one after this. That 201... Is that... Where is that? It's 201 trying to get past that NSX, the Honda. I didn't call it a Lexus this time. I've had trouble with pronunciation of cars today, it seems. Jay Fang is currently in the 69 NSX. Just a familiar name that I haven't seen so far this evening, but there he is. As we look a little bit further down, we have Mr. Uz in the car. I don't know if Uz will be taking it to the flag, actually. Maybe do. We'll have to wait and see. So yeah, there are currently 34 runners on track. There is one listed that has, I think, retired from the race. And that is the... Oh, that was the Celtic Bromance. That's why I haven't seen it, the 177. No. Yeah, a lot of new teams this season. A fair few returning teams. And it has been really nice to see. So it's been a fun season. It's been interesting, especially like 4 rounds. They've varied quite a lot in length. It was normally like 8 hours, 10, 12, and maybe like another 8. I think there was a 6 in there last season or season 1. So yeah, it's definitely been an interesting season. And I'd probably say, what races did we have? Let me have a look. It's not in there. I can't find it. Why can I not find it? That's... I don't know why I can't find that. That's actually quite annoying. Yeah, so I am going to run down with what we have had this season for just for the endurance season. Because it is nice that we do have quite a yeah. The infield is absolutely horrendous. It's not fun. It's... Yeah, I mean, Indianapolis is not my favorite track. I can't find it. Why can I not find it? I know where I can find it. I just have to do a couple of smart things. Because then I can find out where it is. Okay. I found out what it's called. Virtual Racing Team. Hello, sir. Yeah, Virtual Racing Team is currently in... There we are, currently in 3rd. The number 3 is in number 3. No, the number 3 is 3rd. Currently chasing down... they're trying to chase down 2nd place, which, to be honest, they could probably do. Not gonna lie, like, Leonardo Porco has been an absolute... He's been driving like a man possessed. Just absolutely... Ever since the pit stop, they got to the 5-second penalty, and he's just been absolutely flying. Anything he's asked that car to do, it's done it without complaint. Like, that car seems extraordinarily comfy right now. yeah, it just seems just seems very comfy and happy in the car. So he does have the 127, 12 seconds back, so not out of the woods yet. And he doesn't have that much track. I think he's got one more car to clear, and then there's a bit of clear air for a bit. Race leader cannot have the same said for them because they've got about 4 cars ahead of them. So the dirty air will be affecting them just a little bit. Is it only a 2-man team? Don't tell me it's only a 2-man team. It's only a 2-man team, isn't it? It's only a 2-man team. That is amazing. There are a fair few 2-man teams actually. I did not know that was one of them though. Also called the Gladiator. I wonder why. I mean, Porco's not exactly hanging about. Oh, Peachman has just done. Oh, that was close. I know you mentioned the Gladiator, but let's try and not spatter anyone off the racetrack. The new fastest lap, set not too long ago, is a 1:35.027, which is now held by our race leader. Like they needed any more points. Yeah, so Porco's chipping away, I think. Just casually, just, slowly chipping away, like a nice piece of art. Just chipping away at that gap. The 127 has gained a tiny bit of time back. So again, we'll have to see. We still have 2 hours and 5 minutes and a lap, depending on where race leader is when the checker flag drops, of racing to see. So yeah, right. Let's have a look further down the field then. Let's check in with how are we doing back here. What's the gap? Who are you fighting? There's the 201 right behind. The 689 is a fair chunk behind as well. Yeah, so we are kind of in a lull at the minute. So you know what? I am going to keep it on Leonardo Porco, because this man has just been absolutely killing it, right? Especially over the past couple of laps. Well, I say a couple of laps. For a while at least. Yeah, just been absolutely flying. Seems very comfy. I mean, the Aston is a very comfortable car to drive. But I mean, it can disagree with you if you ask too much of it, but it seems as though Leonardo Porco is asking exactly the right amount out of the car. We have someone within a second of someone. Let's go and have a look at that. So Glendy Dionysus, the 28 and 729. Ferrari versus Honda. Which, I mean, you could kind of say happened. Oh! Fight for Silver Class P1. It is indeed. Although I think that fight may have just been given away. That was interesting from John of the Team Hivemind NSX. That was not 100% sure as to what happened there. Possibly outbraking, or maybe just having a little bit of a snap. You're not racing today, though. Are you not a fan of Indianapolis, or were you otherwise engaged with activities throughout the day? My reason would be the first one. I don't like this track. Again, I don't like it in a GT3. Who is the 28 flashing at? The 28. Did they press the wrong button? They might press the wrong button. I do. I'm glad that I'm glad I'm not the only person that does that. Just hits the wrong button. Oh, I see. It's good to hear that you have recovered. That is the main thing. Okay. So I mean, your team still have 2 hours to go, so there is still quite a way to go. There have been a few mistakes from a couple of the even of the top guys. There've been a few slips from the It's been a few slips from a couple of the guys running up the front, which is you're the guys who had the crash at the net. Yeah, I seem to recall that particular tale being told to me. Yeah, the one thing, if it's not that's the thing. Sim racers cannot have mechanical failures. We can, however, have PC failures. Oh, the 201 has a little bit of a look onto the grass. I mean, there's no Ford rally cars, so I mean they can't exactly try and be Colin McRae. That's a completely different game to play. I missed that game. But yeah. The 117 is currently in the pit lane for its penultimate stop. I think any cars that are stopping around now will probably make a cheap stop at the end, because you could probably get the tyres there. Yeah, I did miss the start of the race. I was already occupied, and Tim did the best he could for the situation he was given. It was the fact of there was a fair few problems this morning. So it was basically me and Tim basically just doing comms. Tim did Super Pole, did a cracking job, and then he wanted to cover the first hour, but I think his situation only allowed him to do about 45 minutes. So there's been a little bit of a drop in the coverage this evening, but don't worry, I'll make sure that's rectified for you all. The 420s had an interesting race. At least from what I've seen, with Jamie Nuttall currently behind the wheel. Trying not to be a child about what I see on my broadcasting app, because it's I need to maintain a level of professionalism. Yeah, the 420s it's had a good race, but it has also had a bit of a challenging race as well. Which again, it is a bit unfortunate because no one likes to see a car doing badly. At least in this sport. Right, okay. Yeah, I've had a look at like the platinum, like the full overall standings. Can I get back to that? Was it a no? There we go. So can I see? Okay. Yeah. So the correct racing sacrificed for the Guinness tap for this. Guinness tap TM for this. As we watch the 201, Matteo Morano getting fairly close to the bumper of that 112 again. As the other SPQ racing cars are just a little bit further up the road. So the correct racing sacrificed the Guinness Tap TM for this. It's on 122 points, currently leading the Silver Championship. And then correct racing plus 10 seconds for car number 28 is currently second. So the 28 needs to finish ahead of the 420 to get that lead. Someone is ignoring blue flags, apparently. Yeah. I mean, in terms of the ignoring blue flags, there's nothing commentators can do. It's blue. Yeah, blue flags are a little bit. They're a little bit of a strange one in endurance racing, because again, the difference with Formula 1 and endurance racing is in Formula 1 you're shown the blue flags, you have to move aside as best as you can, as quickly as you can. In endurance racing, not the case. You simply have to move aside when it is... I mean, you do have to move aside within a certain time, but it's not as strict as it is Formula 1. So you can kind of choose when to let them by. I mean, we certainly do try. I mean, I am on my own tonight, but I'm definitely not not alone in the comms box. I rarely am alone in the comms box, I will be honest. I think the last time I was last season. I covered a Spa race. That was quite a mission. Tim did pop in for about half an hour just to give me a bit of respite, which I was extraordinarily appreciative of. We've got just under 2 hours. It's about time I started messing up all my words, isn't it? It had to happen. But yeah, I mean, yeah. From all the, I'm pretty sure the guys in the comms box will agree with me. It's an absolute pleasure to do this. It is a lot of fun, especially when you do have someone else in a box with you. Just bouncing off each other. It is really good. I think we had someone join. I think Christian joined us this season. But yeah, we got John. We've got Tim. Tetra. Who else have we had this season? Let me have a look. I don't want to miss anyone out because that would be unfair. So yeah, we do have a lot of. We've had Luke doing a Super Polar 2, as well. So it is. We have had Chrome Next as well. So yeah, there's been just loads of us doing it, and it is always fun. Yeah, it's unfortunate circumstance that I am flying solo tonight for the for the final race. Unexpected situations, things happen in life, so yeah, Tim did as best as he could, and then had to quickly dart off for I believe it was that was nearly a little bit of a bump, Mateo. So yeah, they're definitely not hanging around. The 7290 is coming into the pits for its penultimate stop. I will let you know when they will be the final stops, given any unfortunate circumstances that may happen throughout the course of the race. So this season we've had 9 hours of Paul Ricard, 8 hours of Suzuka. The biggest one was 10 hours of the Nürburgring, which was last month, and then we're finishing it off with 7 hours. So it has been quite a... it's a little bit of a shorter season compared to what we've done in the past in terms of both race count and race length as well. I think a couple of seasons ago we had were 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, 10, something like that. So it was quite varied. This one's been quite of I think it's been a little bit more of a restricted one, but it is a little bit nicer too. Especially if you have a couple of guys just bouncing off, you can the time just flies. So it's good to hear you'll definitely be back for the solo sprint and endurance. Speaking of, I've gone about 3 hours without mentioning anything about how these are possible. So AOR, all the links for the things will be in, I believe they are in the description below this live stream, providing someone's done it right. They are, yes. So they are all organised by Apex Online Racing. My apologies. And all the information you can find is in the description, as well as the links to the sponsors of the endurance season, for which, without them, we would not be able to put on these races for you at all. As Leonardo Poco finally makes a pit stop, and it is Francesco Filibus in the car for its penultimate stop. That number 3 has been on absolute fire. So hopefully Francesco can keep it up. I have been told that Francesco is also called the Gladiator. So again, let's hope he doesn't sparta anyone off the track. Let's just hope he puts up a good fight. And yeah. But yeah, anyway. Apex Online Racing, at least the Endurance Championship, is brought to you by Driver61 and SIMSOK. Both the links for those are in, I know they're for definite there in the description, because we would get in a lot of trouble if we missed them out. So SIMSOK, they do, well, kind of like Ron Steele, does exactly what it says on the tin. They are socks for sim racers. Just like normal socks, but they got like rubber pads on the bottom, so you don't end up sliding your feet all over the pedals in your sim rig. As Francesco brings that Aston Martin into exactly where he wants it. I am going to jump back to the 201 and the 112. And then Driver61. A lot of people will know who Driver61 are. Sim Racing Academy. They do also do videos on YouTube as well. Quite interesting stuff, actually. It started to get recommended to me more and more, so I don't know what that tells you. But yeah, it's quite interesting, some of the stuff. Yeah, but they do coaching. So you can get 25% off a consultation session and a free coaching session if you use the code AOR Driver61. But again, all the details of that are in the description below. So yeah, big thank you to them. Because obviously without them we would not be able to do this as much as we probably like to. And yeah, the admins are just amazing. One of them is currently racing somewhere. Let's go and find him. Let's just have a quick look as to where he is. So I know where he is. There's one of them. If you're in the AOR Discord, you will see him knocking about literally everywhere. The 999, he does like to have a bit of fun as well. He does organise, he does do a lot of the server-side running stuff when it goes live, but then he also has a bit of fun, because why not? There's nothing saying he can't have a bit of fun. And he does do a lot of that. He's like the main guy that me and the other comms guys do. Perfect point. Yes, just in time for Christmas. Yes. I totally planned that. Totally planned it. But yeah, they're not actually too bad. I've had other expenses, which means I can't get some at the moment. They do actually have an offer on as well. So yeah, they do have an offer on. As well do SIMSOK. So there you go. There you go. They are not actually that bad. They're not actually that badly done. Yeah. So yeah, if you have, here we go. This is going to be my Christmas advert spiel. If you have a sim racer that you look in your life and you want to get them something special this Christmas, SIMSOK. I'm glad you can't clip stuff on YouTube, because I would not hit. I don't think the comms guys would let me hear the end of that. So that's just going to be our little. Oh, it's a saved live stream. Never mind. I know, right? I'm so good at plugging stuff. I'm normally not too bad. Normally not too bad. I'm actually quite annoyed that it took me this long. There is another car that has joined this battle, and it is the number 28 Ferrari. It's come out of nowhere, that. Brilliant. So they're all within a second of each other. So I always focus on the car in the middle, because they are literally stuck in the middle, and we see who goes where. Yeah, that BMW is getting very, very close to that other BMW. That can be quite annoying. If you're going... Seems we have a poet in the chat. Oh! Mateo's gone a little bit wider there, and then comes straight back across, as they try and pick up as best a slipstream as they can, going into turn 1. Now, that's not going to be very nice for the car on the... Where did they go? So the car they were all taking a slipstream off. It was the 659. 656, sorry. Sandy Gladiator is purple. This better be a 134. It's... Oh my day. Okay. So, the previous fastest lap. I'm just going to open... I just heard something. I do apologize if you've just heard a pop. I just heard something do the disconnect sound in Windows. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. Okay. I mean, nothing's... Oh! That is contact between... And I get that is... that's not very nice. The 28 is taking every advantage it can out of that situation, and I think they may have just got a bit of a bonk from the 112. It's getting very scrappy between these cars right now. That's not really how it's meant to go. Yeah, that's quite interesting, that, as to how them three have just tackled turn 1. And no doubt that will get referred to the stewards. Yeah, I heard the disconnect sound like something's unplugged, so everything's fine so far. So we're all good. So the previous fastest lap was a 1:35.027. The new fastest lap, set by Francesco Fidelibus, is a 1:35.020. 7/1000ths of a second quicker. Which is an incredibly small margin. That is, even in Formula 1, where the cars are going God knows how much faster than these, 7/1000ths is a small gap. At best. At best, a few centimeters. Yeah, I think they've all settled down. I think these three have settled down. I don't actually no. I think the 28 was just trying to be a bit opportunistic, which, to be perfectly fair, they were fully entitled to do. The 112 and the 201, however, little bit scrappy, and they could probably be a bit nicer to each other. Personally, at least. Fidelibus is catching Sinotti in the 202. At a... No, Francesco, you can't flash them. You have to fight for the position. That's been something that's been... Oh, had a look down the inside. And the 202 ran wide as well. This will be interesting. Is he going to try the switch back onto the straight? He is. He's got a faster line through there. He's got much more speed. Audi has to stay where it is. Yeah, there's been a few drivers that have been flashing just to ask them to let them by. It's like, that's not how it works. That is extraordinarily close to a wall, Francesco. Goes around the outside of turn 1 and has the tyres to do it. The 202 surprisingly had a bit of trouble getting through there. Francesco Fidelibus in the number 3, running a little bit wide. It was a very nice move. Very well done. The 202 had a little bit of issues on exit, which was a bit of a surprise. Because the 202 has... the Audis have just seemed extraordinarily planted this evening. The number 13, McLaren, is currently coming into the pits for their penultimate stop. Again, I think the stint timer is around 70 minutes, so to make it to the end, you would have to do your last stop at minimum 1 hour and 10 minutes. Or at least have your stop. At least have your stint start after, rather you leave the pit lane, which is when you. Yeah, it can be quite tight. Some people have got it wrong. And it's just heart-wrenching when people get it wrong by literally like a minute. Because then they have to drive through the pits and reset the timer. Who is that? That is a... Is that the 202 being hustled a bit? The 115 making their penultimate stop as well. And they are dropping back down the order a little bit. Still out in front is Tim Peachman, no longer having the fastest lap, thanks to one Francesco Fidelibus. But he's currently coming across to start lap 197, nearly at 200 laps. In second place, we have Trafka in the number 7 URL BMW. Third place currently is Giuseppe Giratana in the Jean Alesi Esports Academy Audi 127. Fourth place currently, the 203 SPQ Racing Team Audi, currently piloted by Daniele Riccitelli. In fifth, we have one Francesco Fidelibus in the Virtual Racing Team, number 3 Aston Martin. In sixth, we have the second car from the SPQ Racing Team entries. The 202 Audi, currently piloted by Matteo Sinotti. In seventh, we have the final SPQ Racing entry, the 201 BMW, currently piloted by Matteo Morano. They are in seventh place. In eighth, we have the DC Sim Racing.nl BMW, currently piloted by Joseph Thiessens. And currently in eighth, you can see them on your screen as well. The 28 Ferrari for Character Racing plus 10 for number 28, currently piloted by Glenn Dionysus. And rounding out your top 10 for the moment is the Garage 991 BMW, currently piloted by Stefan Jench. So that is your top 10 coming into the final hour and 37 minutes of this 7 hours of Indianapolis to round out the AOR Endurance Championship Season 3. As that 9-1 makes easy work of the back marker and then has a nice time into the braking zone. A little bit wide through there, actually, as they make their way past. I believe that's currently still piloting that car. It is. We're kind of glad when if he decides to check, so then he can answer a question I've asked him. But yeah, so Urs in the 999 is one of the guys who helps run AOR. I'm not saying be nice to him. I'm not saying be nasty to him, but this is one of the guys that you'll always see telling you all what the crack is, what's going on, and when to go, when to not. So yeah, that is your top 10 and a couple of honourable mentions, I think. We do currently have maybe a little bit of a battle of 189 and the 991. Funnily enough, we were already watching that. Which is quite nice. There's only a couple of Mercedes AMGs running this evening. I think this is the first one, and the second one is the 63, currently running a little bit further down the field. Mercedes have had a... You're joking. He's already got the fastest lap. Why is he going faster? Francesco Fidelima sets a new fastest lap of the race. A 1:34.967. That number 3 is on something else, I swear. You're watching Sir Smoggy for Correct Racing Sniffer. The 189 Mercedes. Chasing down the Garage 991 BMW. Yeah, the Mercedes AMGs have had a little bit of mixed fortune. Oh, having a look up the inside. 991's running a little bit wide. Mercedes is getting really close and makes it through on the inside line. Is that BMW struggling? So there's 3 SPQ racing cars. I'm pretty sure there's 3 cracked racing cars. Yes, because there's the Guinness Tap. There's the Guinness one. The 28 turn second for 28 and the racing sniffer one. So there's 4. I've missed one. Let's have a look. Who else? Who else? I've just seen the full name of the Celtic Bromance car this season, the Heiko Appreciation Society, which does make me a little bit psych. Heiko's another one of the guys who helps run the background of AOR. Oh yes, the 169 is a correct racing car, so there's 4 in total. So the 420, the 28, the 169, and the 189. I am suspicious of this. But no, to be honest, it's great because especially if a lot of guys want to race and they can't all fit in one team. It is nice to see a couple of different teams, because then you have you do have that friendly competitiveness as well. So it is always it's always nice to see. I know my buddies have done it in the past. And it was basically just a factor of who's faster. So like, okay, you're the faster 4, you're going in this car. You're the slower 4, you're going in this car. and then you have the fastest drivers of each group, which is nice, because it's just like, okay, because at some point you might get a bit of a crossover. If they mix the teams up, that's quite funny. I do find that quite entertaining is when we mix the teams, and it then basically becomes effective. Okay, so we're now catching this team, even though they're supposed to be slower than us, but it's fine. It is very nicely mixed. You do obviously have your faster teams, and then like your midfield, but yeah, it is definitely nice to see. So there's 2 cracked racing cars currently, the top 2 in silver. Top 3 in silver. My apologies. So Cracked Racing currently have the top 3 spots in silver of this race, which is I mean, again, it's nice to see, because team efforts, you're always pushing for some for some stuff, which is it's always good. I think we have some Cracked Racing team supporters in the chat this evening. Just a possible theory, a hunch maybe. Nothing, no concrete evidence whatsoever. Who is that? That's the 666. That's a Beaver Grease. I think that's the Beeswax car, that one. The 666. If I'm not mistaken. I do get mistaken a lot. It does happen. I haven't spoken about food yet, though, so I mean, we've got an hour and a half. It could happen. I'm yet to have food. But we'll see. You know, it's a long old race. We still have plenty of time for food to be discussed, and I'm sure the guys expect me. Copium, yes. Copium is very nice, except when it's not. Yes, I mean, again, looking how the cars are spread out. They operate in little packs. So you got the pack that the 189 is currently at the head of, and then you have a little gap, and then there's a few stragglers, and then another little gap, and then a couple of stragglers, and then you got the group that's around the race leader, which is quite interesting, because it's like this track has a lot of space. They're all bunched up, which is good. It's good they're bunched up. The 201's just doing its own thing at the minute. It's in clean air. It's, having a nice time. Not know where is the number 3? Oh, someone's just gone a bit wide. Was that the 991? Yeah, Stefan Jinch. Going a little bit deep into turn 1, and having to take to a little. No, that's not turn 1. That's the final braking zone. I don't know how many corners this track has. I can't remember. So I apologise on that front, because I didn't get a track map before I started. I do not consider myself a professional. Anyone ever quotes me as a professional, I will deny it. But yeah, I mean, I get everything's the 169, which I believe is the other Cracked Racing car. Yes, it is. Try hard to try harder. It's currently in the pits for their penultimate stop. You've got about 18 minutes to last. 340 is making their penultimate stop as well. So yeah, it's where's this? Joshua Cherrington is at the wheel of that 169. Again, making their penultimate stop of the race. And then we have Giuseppe Giratana. I do apologise. It would not be an AOR stream without the commentators butchering names. It has to happen every single time. We will not make it one race without making a mistake. guaranteed. But yeah, so we have an hour and a half left. An hour and a half left of this race. It's been quite interesting so far, I think. The 991 is now fighting the 48 of Milan Hack. Now, I don't know if they've only just been overtaken or if they are catching the 48. We're going to just watch these guys. I'm going to get on board, actually. I've been on board for a bit. And we're going to find that out. We're just going to watch them and see how we get on. Well, that BMW sounds a little bit slidey at the minute. Is the Bentley pulling away? Hard to say. It's about... Oh, I see the avoidance boards have been cleared from the track already. Well, I say already. The race has been going for 6 hours. About, no, 5.5. So yeah, so it looks like the 48 has got past that 991 and is it's just creating that gap now, just to get a little bit of space. Always have to leave the space. Okay, let's have a look a little bit further down. The 117 is chasing the 777, sorry. So it's Honda versus BMW, which is quite nice to see. About 4 tenths in it, so we'll see how they handle the final section of the lap. Keeping it both quite tight. Honda's much tighter line and also running a lot wider as well. So just trying to maximise the amount of road they've got, trying to get as much grip as they can. Later on the brakes in the BMW, and that has closed the gap up just a little bit for the Honda to maybe get something out of it, although that little bit of oversteer will not have helped them. So it does look like the Honda can go a little bit later on the brakes. It is sliding a lot. I can hear it sliding. And just like the direction of the car, it seems a little bit off, but 3 tenths in it. But I think the BMW definitely got a better exit on that one, so it's not something that the Honda can do much about. Clipping the curb and then running quite a tight line through this next section. Again, trying to use as much of the curb as you can, basically ignoring that one, and then on to this bit. So a tighter line for the Honda. The BMW is taking a little bit more of a shallow line through there to get lined up for the braking zone. Honda not really clipping the curb on this one, taking a wider line through there just to try and get better traction on the run through the next corner, and again taking a lot more of the curb, and will probably run a little bit wide as well. So yeah, not lost any time, but they haven't lost any time, but they haven't really gained any time either. The last 2 laps, the BMW was a little bit slower by just under a tenth. So again, not much in it between the two. The Honda's not cutting that curb this time, and they they seem a little bit closer, but that is probably just the perspective, to be perfectly honest. BMW a little bit sketchy through there. Honda's cutting it a little bit to try and get a little bit more track, and Honda pulling out a little bit wider, taking a nice tight line, keeping to the back of that BMW. BMW tapping the brakes a little bit. Don't really need that. It depends on how much you're pushing. And yeah, the BMW is keeping. It's not necessarily like maintaining that, it's keeping the gap at what it's set to. Oh, the Lexus is up in front of the BMW. My favourite Lexus. Like I am sorry to like a lot of the the other livery, like the other teams who have like liveries like as beautiful. That Lexus is just my favourite because it's just amazing. As the Lexus dives out of the way very quickly for the BMW and the NSX. Oh, getting very sideways through the half hairpin. It's hard to judge on that one. But yeah, the BMW's absolutely just run away. So that's that little adventure to the sideways club not really paid off. Although I think they made up the time on the brakes, because it looks like they're just as close as they were before. So they have gone up a gear just to keep the wheel spin down. It didn't sound healthy for it didn't sound healthy for that Honda engine. But yeah, they're maintaining the gap. They're not gaining much, but they're not losing much either. So it's it's about even Stevens right now. So it's again, it's not the it's not the worst thing in the world, to be honest, because you at least you're keeping with someone. Someone's just pinging me. No, thank you. Yeah, they're not really gaining much. They're not losing much, but it's fairly level pegging, to be fair. There was 800ths in it on the last lap, so they're pretty much on pace with each other. Which, I mean, it's brilliant. It's brilliant when you find someone. It's frustrating, but it is also nice when you find people who do match your pace, because it's always like, oh well, they're driving just as quick as me. Let's see who can get the most out of it. And I mean, you can learn as well. Like, what are they? Like, are they faster than me in a certain bit? Am I faster than them in a certain bit? Like, who's doing what and why? And what does it get them? It is good. So again, the gap is about 3.5 tenths now, but that's what it was last lap. So at the line, it's probably going to be about 4 tenths, half a second. Although that is extraordinarily close. You can see all of the dirt on the back of that Beamer. I think the BMW just gets better drive out of the corners than the Honda, although that Honda does look a lot closer this time, cutting the curb a little bit. It did unsettle the car, but as long as they don't slide and get a nice exit through here, which again, the BMW seems to have a lot more grip on exit. So yeah, it's back to about 4.5 tenths. So they're not really they're not chipping away at each other. They're just trading blows at the moment. So it is more effective one of them making a mistake as to who would keep the who would get the position done and dusted. So they've got 8 minutes before they can make the final stop. Okay, you can see all the detail in the undercarriage of that BMW now. So again, it's 3 tenths. So they're not really trading much between them, because the BMW is better out of the corners, but the Honda is better on the brakes. That and the fact that I remember last season, Laguna Seca, a Honda, an NSX, won the 8 hours of Laguna Seca because it just took off. The car just got in front and then just wandered off into the distance. And we didn't really see much of it. So yeah, it's all about the 16 BMW's in a bit of trouble as well. So it stayed at 3/10 between these two. But now the NSX has the trouble of navigating that other BMW. That was close. That was probably closer than it needed to be. But again, it's about you have to react. You have to make sure that you have enough time and space to react to what you can. So that was a little bit wayward, I think, from the NSX. But not really. The 16 didn't do anything. It didn't do anything directly wrong there, but it probably could have been handled better. So now is that 777's opportunity to get away from that NSX. Because it was going to be a lap or two before that NSX got that 777, I think, personally. So it's something where they would need to. They kind of needed this. In all honesty, they kind of needed that break, that spacer. So they now have the opportunity to just go away, and get away from that NSX as best as they can. Which again, it's what you want. It's so now it's going to be frustrating for the driver of the NSX, because if they're faster, which they were. I'm looking at the wrong numbers. Again, that NSX gets very relatively close in the twisty bits and the brakey bits, but when it gets to the big power bits, it can't keep up with the BMW. The NSX goes up the inside. The 16 will have the inside for the next corner, and the NSX has to control the power. And I think the NSX is going to have a go in to the next corner. There it goes. It's got the line and it's got the move. However, it now also has 1.4 seconds to that BMW in front, which will frustrate the driver of the NSX to no end, because they would have probably overtook them relatively soon at this point. But yeah, a little bit annoying for the NSX driver as makes his pit stop. Where is he? There we go, in the box. So again, penultimate stop for Goat Racing. Not yet time to make your final stop. Antonio Fedele in the 127 is making their penultimate stop. They will have to stop again. In this race. And Harrison Graffam is in the Goat Racing car. So maybe Urs will be able to have a look at what I've pinged him. And just, give me an answer. No updates from the stewards, which is a good thing. It is a very good thing that we had nothing else from the stewards. We're just gonna watch as Harrison exits the pit lane and see if they have been naughty boys. They have a stop go 30 for the 999. That is for pit lane speeding. The drive-throughs were for track limits. I needed to remember that and I forgot. So yeah, that was speeding in the pit lane. So Oz may have been a bit of a naughty boy. Antonio Fedele is out and has a drive-through penalty. 127 has a drive-through, so that will be quite the sting to them. How's the number 3 getting? How far ahead is the next car to the number 3? It's Daniele Riccitelli. They're about 40 seconds up on the number 3. And again, we haven't heard much of our race leader either. Just coming into turn 1. Very, very, very comfortable lead for the 444 at the moment. And then Trafka is in the number 7. Nearly a lap down. About half a sector. Half a sector away from being a lap down. So Martin Alta is currently coming in for Beeswax Lawnmower. There's a lot of Beeswax cars as well, actually. As Harrison Gaffram serves at stop go 30 for the Goat Racing team. And I don't think that resets your stint timer either. So they will need to make another stop. Which again is unfortunate because they could have made that work. But unfortunately not, it would seem. So, 1 hour 10 minutes. Anybody who makes their pit stop now, so the 656, they do not have to stop again. Wait, do they? Oh, that's going to be close. They have to stop again by 15 seconds. Our race leader is making their final pit stop on paper of the race. As is the number 16. That is currently in the pits as well. There's a couple more cars coming in. We have the number 8. You've just seen that just pass by. That is their final stop of the race as well. We have the number 5 currently coming in. Now I'm waiting to watch for Trafka, who is currently coming round the big right-hander near the end of the lap. As the 444 just gets going. And Trafka is making their final stop, as is the 127 does have that drive-through penalty to serve. So they may be doing that at present. So Julian Norman will be taking the 444 to the flag. As a couple more cars do come in. So Matteo Morano is currently in the pits for the 201 SPQ Racing team, and that is the number 201 BMW. The 112 is also in for their pit stop. Daniele Riccitelli in the 203 Audi for SPQ Racing is also in the pits. You should see them possibly passing by the number 7 any moment now. There you go. And there is no penalty for Julian Norman on pit lane speeding. Are there any penalties coming away? Nothing from race control. This is good. This is good. We're nearly into the final hour of the race. The number 7 is going. Let's see them if interview time. If there is anyone who would like to appear in the commentary box, which there is. Hello, welcome to the commentary box, sir. Which team are you a part of?
We're 340 in P29 currently.
The 340. Lightline GT.
Correct.
How has your race been so far?
It's been pretty okay so far, I would say. We started P35, and we've just wanted to score points today because it will be our first time in this season to score points. And as you can see, we are P29, so it's going very well so far. And yeah, I think if we ignore some of the mess ups that we had, we should be able to finish here.
Yeah, I mean it. There's been a fair few issues. I think there's only been a one or two cars retiring, if I'm not mistaken, today. So it doesn't look like there's we are looking good. There's 43 total listed, but how many started?
I think
I'm
it
not
was
sure.
35 or 36.
Yeah, so we've
I
we've
don't
on-
know if
we've
we
only
started last.
yeah we've only lost a few cars, so it's not too bad. How have you found driving not just at Indianapolis but in the night as well? Do you enjoy it or do you hate it?
I think it was pretty good. I do not particularly enjoy this track though. That is why I only have done one stint today. But overall, I like the driving this season and it's been great fun.
Yeah, it definitely does look like a lot of fun. So, out of the four races from this season, which one's been the highlight for you guys?
Most probably my favorite was Nürburgring, but the best result it's gotta be Indianapolis.
Yeah, I mean it can be it is something between like getting between getting points and then just having the most fun.
Yeah.
It does it can change your perceptions. Have you made your final stop of the race, or do you have another one to go?
One more stop to go.
One more
We are
stop.
doing short stints for the last hour and a half of the race. So I think that's going to make us overall quicker because uh, we stopped a bit early in the first stint because of damage. So yeah,
Trying to space it out, yeah. I mean, anyone that does make their stop now, that is their last. That is their last. Should be their last stop for the race. So, um,
I think so.
I mean,
Uh,
you are only 3 seconds behind the next car, which is the 666 Lexus.
Yeah,
And
we have been with the 666 and the number 8 pretty much the entire race, and it's just been a strategy fight between the two teams. I think it's been great so far. Currently, we have the pace, but obviously one more stop to go, so anything can really happen in this last hour that we have.
yeah, I mean, definitely we've we have seen that in the not just in the midfield. It's like even towards the front. There's been I think it happened last time in the Nürburgring. The race leader got a either a stop go or a drive through that effectively lost them the win. So there is still plenty of opportunity, even with an hour and 3 minutes left. There's still plenty of opportunity for anything to happen. Um,
That's
and
true, and as we remember in Suzuka, we had the leader right in front of us when he pretty much spun and lost the lead on the last lap, I think it was. So anything can really happen in endurance racing. There is much competition in this league, and yeah, I think we had great drivers for this season. I jumped in pretty much last minute today because we had an emergency in the team. But yeah, hope everything is well for him, for our driver, and yeah, looking forward to what should be a great result.
yeah, I mean there are a few different strategies going out there. There's some people who have been quicker in other races, but are a little bit further back. Some people are a little bit further back or further up. So it is quite a nice mix. Definitely hoping that everything is well with your other driver. And we do wish you luck for the remaining hour.
Thank you. It's been a nice interview here. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much. So yeah, if like if you do want to have a nice chat with me, I know it's not very appealing. If you do want to have a nice chat in the commentary box like we've just had, then yeah, just feel free. If on the AOR, it's on the AOR Discord. Just pop in any of the ready for interview rooms, and I'll have a little chat. Couldn't be about anything. Likely going to be about racing, but you know, we'll see. So yeah, we are coming up to the final hour of the race. The 666 is currently under threat from. Oh, that was a but ambitious line from both cars there. A little bit much of the grass, I think, than you probably like. And the McLaren does tend to have a slipstream, but the BMW's got the grunt. Who's going to have the brakes into turn one? It's going to be the BMW. The McLaren keeps it fairly conservative and nice and tight to the apex as they swoop back around. It's quite a nice little complex, this, especially coming out of turn two. It is quite nice to get the. It does have quite a nice flow. This bit I'm not too keen on. It is a little bit irritating to do, but oh, the McLaren has got much better traction on exit there, and they are now going side by side into the next 90 left, and the McLaren is just ahead, and I think that is job done. The BMW getting hustled there by another BMW, which is the number 7. So that is Trafka. No, it is not. They have done a driver change. So the 340 is ahead of the 666. We'll see how they get on later on in the race. Update from race control. Ooh. So lap 118. A 15-second time penalty. You can see it on your screen there. 15-second time penalty for a 115 for causing a moderate avoidable collision with the 656 and 2 license points as well. There was another one involving a 656 and 689, but that is no further action. So that is a little bit of a sting to the crew of the 115. They had been flying. The 117 is making its final pit stop in the race. We are into the last hour of the 7 hours, the last hour of AOR Endurance Championship Season 3. It's been a good four race. It's been a good championship, actually. It's been quite fun to watch, especially at some tracks that we haven't had before. I mean, Suzuka's a little bit of a nuance for me. I'm not the biggest fan of it. But obviously these guys do make it look like quite a bit of fun, even though I would probably never do it myself. We had Paul Ricard. I absolutely love that track. Paul Ricard is so much fun in the GT3 car, and yeah, it's just it in my opinion, it always has great GT3 racing. F1 is another matter which we won't discuss. And we've had the Nürburgring, another personal favourite of mine. So we've had 2 tracks that I don't like and 2 tracks that I love. So, I'm quite happy with this season. The 117 has done a driver change on that one as well, as the 201 does make inroads towards the 115, but they do have that 15-second time penalty. So, the 115 may end up yet only just in the top 10 at the end of the race. Yeah, so... okay, I got my answer from us. A little bit of a cryptic one. So, there is... there is our race leader hustling these two. These two are in the top 8. And they're being hustled by the race leader. Not exactly. What Julian Nauman wants right now is to have to try and get past a couple of cars. There's only 4 cars on the lead lap. Now 5 cars. The 202. I think there's a total... Currently, there are 6 cars on the lead lap. And there are only 6 cars on the lead lap. Because there is 7 and 8. Oh, and the 115 lost out from the blue flags from the race lead, and the 201 goes through. A little bit unfortunate for the 115, but I think they need to... I think they need to more consolidate exactly where... exactly what the... damage limitation, I think, is the best thing for them at the moment. If they've made their last stop, they need to make sure that they are 15 seconds. They just need to try and get as big a gap as they can to the guys behind, to again lessen the damage of that 15-second penalty. Which it is a little bit unfortunate, but it does happen in racing. It does happen in Formula One quite a lot, to be honest, nowadays. It's a little bit of a shame. It means we're all being naughty. But yeah, I mean, at the moment there's not much happening around the field. Francesco Fidelibus is currently in second place and has the fastest lap of the race. They're boxing now. Are they really? You are ahead of me, and I. You must know something I don't. I do apologise about the commentary silence there. Someone just brought me some food. They've just brought me my food, so. Yeah, apologies about that. So they are making their final stop of the race, which means they will be on lighter fuel and brand new tyres. The number 7 goes through. The 115 is making... I think they're making another stop to get rid of that fit. Are they making a planned pit stop? So they're currently in the pit lane. Or as this is called normally in Indianapolis. They're on pit road. Pit lane. Is that an SPQ Racing team car? Who is that? Who else is in the pits? That's the 666, I believe. So, Leonardo Poco is now outside the top 3. Is this going to be a top 3 finish? For the last stint, Leonardo Poco. Oh, God. Oh, dear. So, the man possessed, the Gladiator, as he's apparently known, is out of the car, and what I've done is the man possessed is now behind the wheel. Fidele is in the pits, they're in 4th, and he is released for the final 53 minutes. So they will be running lighter fuel, brand new tyres. I'm expecting a new fastest lap of the race. Because I don't have any reason to doubt it at this point. I will be perfectly honest. It's basically just the fact of, okay, you're gonna go that fast. Okay. So that's definitely... That's definitely something to look at. Yeah, just gonna watch Leonardo Porco for just a lap or two, just to watch him bed his tires in. And if you're one of his teammates, don't tell him that I'm watching. Don't tell him. It's currently coming up against the 63 Mercedes, which is a back market, but that will help the. That will probably just help the Aston Martin, to be honest, in terms of slipstream, and hopefully don't get too much in the way. So, are there any cars that do need to make their stop? I believe there's about 4 or 5 that would be considered out of sync with the rest of the field. I mean, some of them do have damage. Some of them do have damage, as we had from the a member of the 340 crew. We are on lap 226. So yeah, that 63 being very very gracious in letting the number 3 past with relative ease, and the number 3 just runs off into the distance once again. Anyway, in terms of back down the field, the 420 is making moves towards the 991 McLaren versus BMW. And I'm keeping an eye on Leonardo Porco's lap as well, because I want to see if he just puts in an absolute worldie on his first full race lap out the pits. Was that McLaren flashing the BMW? If so, I wonder why. They don't have any reason as to do so. So the McLaren is going to stay behind the BMW, at least for the moment. Okay. Just making roads towards a quicker lap. And it seems like the McLaren is... that McLaren looks a little bit more pointy. It is running a little bit wider to try and maximise the amount of speed they have. The McLaren's a bit of an odd beast. It's most pointy off throttle. I mean, it's nice. It is something to make them aware, but they have headlights. They're very well aware. I mean, I don't know if you can get into any trouble with the stewards for what would be considered an aggressive flashing of lights, especially when it's unnecessary. Oh, 420 has just dropped back a fair chunk. What happened there? That was... Mind you, the BMW didn't help itself. I did nothing. I've not said anything about the 420. I've been merely I'm commentating on my observations of these two. I do not say anything in as definite. Oh dear. Leonardo Porco is just on a 135 too. Okay. No, I've learned. I did not say he should be penalised. It's a fact of I don't know if you can get into trouble for like using the flashing headlights on his I'm not taking this as you're doing commentator's curse. I'm not having that. I'm not having it at all. But no, I don't know if you can get in trouble. Oh, who is that? Was that the 999? Was that Urs? That's Urs's team. I believe it was. I believe that was the 999 BMW. The 420 is making inroads back towards the 991. There's about a second after the initial spook, should we say? 729 is making its final pit stop of the race, and So it was about a second after that mistake. The BMW didn't help itself really. Just because it ran a little bit wider than it probably should have, and it lost a little bit of grip on the exit. And half a second is now the gap. I could tell you that gap is not half a second. It's about 3. What is that, like 3-4 tenths at best? Fine on the next starting line, won't we? Oh, that McLaren's getting very, very pointy and very, very nosy into the back of that BMW. So we will have to see how we get on. Yeah, the gap is definitely not. It's 2. Yeah, okay, just under 3 tenths. So it's now about maximising the exit, maximising the slipstream for the McLaren. It's a very slippy car. And just picking your braking points. You need to make sure that you don't brake later than the car in front. Because you brake later than them, you don't know how hard they're going to be hitting the brakes. You need to make sure you have plenty of plenty of space to be able to stop your own car and not worry about the guy in front. Because then that's just a mess. You can just cause so many incidents by trying to second guess another driver. It doesn't work. It has been tried before and it just don't work. So again, the McLaren's dropped back a little bit. But again, it is getting there on the brakes. And it does seem more pointy than the BMW through the corners, so it is making up for the slight lack of grunt. Yeah, the McLaren makes up for a lot of the lack of grunt with the aerodynamics as they look to the outside, avoiding contact there. That might have actually been a little bit of a knock. Which is why the McLaren might have got a little bit annoyed there. As we go for round 2 into a heavy braking zone, the BMW will keep the position for the moment. Maybe running a little bit wider than it needs to be. The McLaren's looking around the outside, keeping the line, and they are still incredibly close. But again, the BMW has more grip on exit. The McLaren is not happy at all. So yeah, I'd probably say that was a bit of a bit of a whack on that one. Yeah, so Jimmy Nuttall's just a little bit frustrated at the minute with Paul Shaban in the 991. He feels it was a little bit unfair that they had that contact and he stayed ahead, but that's probably a bit of a hard one to call, to be perfectly honest, because it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. To be honest, it's not fair to say you were definitely to blame, because they were both making a move. One of them was on the inside, one of them was ahead, but yeah, it's the difference in rules between racing categories is annoying, especially if you're a fan of like 3 different ones. So the rules for IndyCar are different from the rules of WEC, which are different from the rules of the Le Mans series, which is different from the rules of the GT3 racing. It's a pain. Like, there will be like easy guys. Oh, that's only just come through. on lap 184. 15-second time penalty for car 420 for causing a moderate avoidable collision. That was involved with the 888. And there are 2 license points applied as well. So that was a bit of a shame for the 420 because they were making inroads towards that. So you can see that a 15-second penalty has been on your screen. So they need to, in order to get 13th, they need to get past the 991 and then disappear to the distance to try and get a 15-second gap. Which there are quite a few cars in front of them. So that would make it a little bit harder to do. So let me have a look a little bit further down. Who have we got? 340 is making the final stop, so is the 728. And as with the 340 crew said before, they are doing slightly short stops. Just try and save a bit of time by running a little bit less fuel. I think on that one, just try and get a bit of extra speed out of it. But yeah, so it's kind of like leveled out in terms of positions. Leonardo Porco is still going pretty fast. He's probably the fastest man in the top 10. Last lap was a 1:35.185, and the 3 cars ahead. The 203 has done a 1:36.502, the number 2 has done a 1:35.497, and the leader has done a 1:35.525. So currently, Leonardo Porco, fastest man on the track. So what is the gap to? It's about 20 seconds, about 25 seconds behind. Maybe a little bit more behind the 203, and he's currently behind the battle we've just been watching. Between the 420 and the 991, both of which will have to move aside for the number 3. Number 3 dispatching 2 cars pretty easily. I think the 420 has come to the conclusion they had a 15-second penalty, but they may also get lucky with this within a 9-1 being overtaken by the number 3. But I think the 9-1's a little bit smarter than I give them credit for, so they probably will be letting them by on this back straight. And there we go. Leonardo Porco making it look very easy and very clean as well, very consistent, and yeah. Back to chasing down P3 for Leonardo Porco. Yeah, he's still currently the fastest man in the top 10. There's not a car going faster than he at the moment. This lap's probably not going to be his best though. And even with that traffic, it needed one for 35.3. Man possessed. Only car that is close to that at the minute is currently in P2. It's a 135.475, which is exactly a tenth lower. So yeah, only one in range. It's two spots up, and about a minute ahead. Meanwhile, the gap is 24 seconds. 22, sorry. I should read. Or is it going to be 24 at the next timing line, I wonder? Have they slowed him down a bit? 40 is now past the 991. They need to go like a bat out of hell to offset that 15-second time penalty. So at current, the 112 has been given a drive-through penalty. That will be for track limits. Quite hard to do at Indianapolis. Track limits. There's not really many places you can run and go a bit wide. So the 112 is covering that now. So that is a bit unfortunate for the 112 crew, but it's they've done it. They're 11th. They just need to get on with it. We got 35 minutes of the race left, so it's yeah. They just need to get on with it and see what they can do about it. They got what? So the 420 has got 1.3 seconds on the car behind. They need to make another 13.7 seconds to keep that position. And if they catch any other people, that's probably not too bad either. As the 656 is the next victim to get lapped by Leonardo Poco. This looks extraordinarily clean. Like, it doesn't look like it wants to do anything else other than what the driver's asking it to do. Like, a lot of cars, the car will fight you. It will fight you to the last. And if it wins, well, that's what you've seen what happens there. That's when you go for the wee spin. But we'll yeah, we'll definitely have to see where that ends up. Julian Norman is currently on lap 236, not too far away from starting lap 237 of this race, and they have about a minute and 24 seconds ahead of the next car. Zampieri is a lap down on race leader. There are only 2 cars on the lead lap currently. There is only 2 people on the lead lap. I think. Yes. No? Where's number 7? Yes, but not by much. So, ooh, 189. A little bit skittish there. What's the gap? Gap is 20 seconds between Leonardo Poco and the 203. We're going to jump on board, however, with the 117. Because they are trying to make inroads towards Wojciech Strugler in the 760 Aston Martin. That's the car they're chasing. So I'm actually thinking better of it there than to take a dive into a 90 left, as there's still plenty of opportunity. He knows he has the pace over the 760 Aston Martin. Polko is flying. He's just absolutely going for it. So let's see who comes out on top into turn 1. The Aston Martin is weaving a little bit to try and break the slipstream. I think it might just have the distance to stay ahead, although that Honda is very, very close now to the butt of that Aston. Again, you see Aston takes such a tighter line on entry, and then the Honda goes out and then comes back in. They're still keeping that gap. The number 13 making the final pit stop of the race. So Honda was a little bit further back than it was on the previous lap. But that Aston is maybe looking a little bit loose. They are pushing. It looks like they are pushing a little bit more to try and get away from, that from the Honda. There's a Honda much tighter through there, and Howley negotiates the penultimate corner. Pretty even Stevens, to be honest. Honda's taking maybe a little bit more curb, running a lot wider to try and keep with the Aston, and the Aston is weaving again just to try and break that slipstream. And again, the Aston's just got enough to stay ahead, which they will definitely be happy about, much to the dismay of the driver of the Honda. So yeah, incredibly close between those two. Maybe a little bit rough. Honda coming back out from the inside, maybe turning a little bit early, and slight bit of contact, but nothing too bad, I don't think. Leonardo Poco's finally in some fresh air. He'll definitely be happy about that. And currently, the 420 is currently looking to be in 13th place as it stands. We're currently battling with the 189. A little bit further ahead, just coming into the final heavy braking zone of the lap is the 420 and the 189, and there is the 991 in that battle as well. So you know what? Let's go and have a look. The 420 is currently being chased by the 189 and the 991, both of which are just about 1.2 seconds the total gap between the two. And Poco once again just destroying the gap between the car and head. It's for the car ahead. The Wild 63 appears. Oh! Was that contact? Was that contact with the 63? Let's have a quick look. If it'll let me. I wish they fixed this. I think there was contact there between the 63 and the 991 on that one. A little bit unfortunate because they were a backmarker car. They did come back onto the circuit. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for the 991 just losing out there through no fault of their own. Really, to be honest, at least from my perspective. I mean, again, if they report it to the stewards may obviously be very, very obliged to disagree with me. Yeah, that's unfortunately that's one of them things. Leonardo Poco now 15 seconds to P3. That's 25 minutes to make up 15 seconds. So the 189's dropped off from the 420, so they are in a little bit of clean air. So they again the 420 is probably going to keep 13th if they don't gain much more time. And it looks like the 991 and the 189, sorry, will be battling it out for P11. Or actually, would this would be effective P10? So this is fighting for an effective top 10 finish. Riccicelli and Jackson. Let's have a look. Where is Danielle Riccicelli? Am I blind? So I am blind. So Mike Jackson, currently running in the 729, is currently keeping Alessandro Zampieri company on track. As they're not fighting for track position. The 203 is very much ahead. The 203 currently occupying the spots of third, so the final podium position as it stands, and yeah, Mike Jackson keeping them company and making fairly nice progress on them. To be honest, the 203 is possibly doing a little bit of fuel saving, just try and get to the end. But the what's the gap? What's the gap? What's the gap? What's the gap? It's still about 15 seconds, about 14 seconds, 14, 15, something like that, between Poco and Zampieri. And yeah, there's not much else happening on track at the minute. I think the 991 is the closest battle that we do currently have, chasing down that 189. As we are going to go on board, so we can see the butt end of that Mercedes AMG. 14-second gap. Yeah, Poco is just absolutely just ripping it in a minute. He is coming a little bit fine, but we'll see if he can make the gap and make the move. On Zampieri. I think he is in a little bit of fresh air. Zampieri is trying to deal with a backmarker, trying to get past them. So, oh, that was a little bit later on the brakes from the BMW than they probably would have liked. Not exactly a code brown, but not exactly far off. But yeah, so just coming through there, the BMW sliding a little bit. Mercedes does tend to be tail happy, but yeah, Prismo Link is keeping that in very nice control. So yeah, the 420 knows what its mission is, and I think they are doing they're doing what they can to get. Oh, anyone else see that? That's quite interesting. But yeah, we're into the final 20 minutes of the race. Poco's 12 seconds. What? Excuse? Poco was 1.2 seconds. 1.5. 1.5 seconds faster than Zampieri. Is that back marker past Zampieri? No. That back marker's not past Zampieri. BMW is having a look up the inside into turn 1. And that is job done. The 189 is now in P12, the 991 now in P11, which will be effective P10 once that 15-second penalty is applied, which at this point in the race it will be done at the end of the race, so it will be added to the total race time, and the positions worked out from there. So that 189 has dropped back a world. Let's see how Leonardo Poco's doing. .3 seconds with 20 minutes. So he's got, what has he got to negotiate? He's got to negotiate the 48. And who's just ahead of the 48? I'm not sure currently. The 1.6. Oh, it's the 16 BMW, I think. Yeah. Which is a back marker, so the 48 could flash the 16 and get past. But both of them, that was a bit ambitious from Milan Hack there, in terms of how much curb he could take. So that's one negotiated. And there is a second car to negotiate before it is just, well, there are two cars between Leonardo Poco and Alessandro Zampieri. That is it. Two cars. As Leonardo Poco is making his presence known to the driver, to Milan Hack of the 48. Gives him enough room, and job done. There is only one car between Leonardo Poco and Alessandro Zampieri, and it is the one right behind the 203. There's currently 10-second gap between the two. Just over, I believe. Now just under. 9.8 seconds. And Leonardo Poco is putting in absolute worldy laps. Those fresh tyres and that low fuel is definitely helping them out in this final 20 minutes. The last lap for Alessandro Zampieri was a 1:36.777. Last lap for Leonardo Poco was a 1:35.297, as you can see on your screen. So Leonardo Poco making absolute inroads towards that 203. I was wondering when you were going to turn up. Always happens. I was just wondering how long it would be. That's actually not too bad, to be fair. They've not been there for quite a while. Just bear with me while I just have a bit of food. My apologies about the silence. So, on the last lap, 8.9 seconds is the gap. On the last lap, Leonardo Poco did a 1:35.940. Alessandro Zampieri did a 1:36.560. 6/10 in it. That back marker is still behind Alessandro Zampieri. Eight and a half seconds with under 15 minutes to go. So we have 15 minutes left of AOR Endurance Championship Season 3. And there was a brief yellow flag, possibly a car just slightly off the track. It was the 115 who caused that yellow flag. So possibly just going a bit deep into that 90 left. The 69, the Honda 69 NSX, causing a second yellow flag in the first part of the lap. Last lap was a 1:35.362, so that is 1.3 seconds faster than Alessandro Zampieri. We have the 115 currently ahead on track, and then it is the 729. Two cars between Leonardo Poco and Alessandro Zampieri, with a gap of 7.3 seconds, which has come down from... I can't even remember. It's... Leonardo Poco is taking a fair chunk of time every single lap at this point. So Leonardo Poco is letting that Audi know that they are there, that he is there, and he wants to get by. Unfortunately for Poco, they're coming up to a long straight where the Audi can simply just pull off to the side, and let the car through. Or are they a little bit far back to do that? I think he's a little bit too far back. 6.3 seconds. It was a 1:35.412, which is 1.5 seconds faster than Alessandro Zampieri. Is Alessandro Zampieri trying to save fuel? Possibly. But they're still doing 36.9s. Which, in the grand scheme of the race, is not too bad. The car currently ahead of Leonardo Poco, who we're on board with, did a 1:37.147. So they're not too far. The grid is not too far split in terms of lap time. It's absolutely amazing. And it's really, really, really nice. I love it. I am getting a little bit excited because it's getting to the end of the race, and it's always exciting near the end of the race. One thing I am going to do, however, is I am quickly going to jump on board with Guillaume Hamling in the number 28 Ferrari. Our silver class leader of this race is half a second behind the 201 Matteo Morano in the SPQ Racing. That is not ideal for the 28, as that 69 needs to kind of dive out of the way and has done so. The gap is about half a second. Leonardo Poco is now 5.7 seconds behind, and Leonardo Poco was about 0.6 of a second quicker on the last lap, so not making massive inroads on the last lap as we've seen on the previous few. But Leonardo Poco has only now has one car between them and Alessandro Zampieri, and I believe Zampieri has another car ahead of them, which will not help their progress at all. It is now 5.1 seconds on board with these two. So the SPQ Racing car, the 201, had a really they really didn't have a great lap on the last lap. It was a 37.4. So Hamlin's actually lost some time to that BMW. I wouldn't say it's because of the NSX, but we'll see how Hamlin gets on this latest lap. And again, Poco was a second faster than Zampieri on the previous lap, 4.7 seconds with 9 minutes to go. He's cutting it very, very fine indeed. It's 1.1 seconds slower. So yeah, it's averaging out with the rest of the field, mid 36s, including the car we are currently on board with. Everyone's doing low to mid 36s at the moment, and Leonardo Poco is just chilling in the 35s, mid to low 35s. Having said that, there's a couple of oddities in his laps, but I think that might be lap traffic. It's now under half a second between these two cars as they come into the final heavy braking zone of the lap. Both of them clipping the curb just a little bit. Ferrari keeping it a little bit tight, a little bit neater, and even sliding a little bit, getting right up close to that BMW, and taking just as much curb, and not running as wide onto the oval tarmac, but still keeping it 0.3 of a second. So they definitely made some inroads on this lap. So let's see how we get on with this one. Taking a little bit of curve, a little bit of a bounce. BMW just tapping the brakes a little bit. As the Ferrari has a look up the inside. There's not really going anywhere. Can they make the move going into the next heavy braking zone? The gap between Leonardo Poco and Alessandro Zampieri is now 3.1 seconds. And the Ferrari still cannot do anything on the... Still cannot make any inroads on this BMW. Let's see, 2.8 seconds between the gap between Poco and Zampieri. They are incredibly close at this point. I'm just trying to find them on the track map as the Ferrari takes maybe a little bit of a cleaner line into that 90 right. That will have helped them just a little bit, just keep the car a little bit more settled coming in through this this final turn. Where is Alessandro Zampieri? They are, I believe, the next car up. 2.5 seconds. So these two are fighting it out. Let's have a look at Leonardo Poco. Because I do believe there are now no cars between him and Alessandro Zampieri. There he is. So there are 6 minutes of the race left. And it is still a question of who will take the final podium spot. 2.6 seconds between Leonardo Poco and Alessandro Zampieri. And Leonardo Poco has been driving for his absolute life this evening. I do not know what he had for breakfast, but I would like some, please. 0.2 of a second between the 28 and the 201. I'm quickly just going to have a quick look at them to see how they're getting on. I am going to be switching between these two fairly regularly. There's about 0.4 of a second now the gap, and 2 seconds between the two. So Leonardo Poco is very much aware of what he needs to do. Meanwhile, that is Jamie Nuttall in the 420, has about a 9.5 second gap. So I think he may get P11 at this point. He's put in worldly pace, and the gap between the 189 and the 991 has grown quite significantly. The gap is now 1.7 seconds between Leonardo Poco and Alessandro Zampieri. That is the gap. It has come down to 1.7 seconds with 4 minutes of the race to go. It is now 1 second with Zampieri lapping well over a second slower than Poco on the previous lap. There are 2 back markers in front of these two, and they're fighting for the final podium position. Meanwhile, out in front, our race leader just has a little bit of lap traffic that they just need to clear, which they will do very, very easily. So the gap is still a second. I'm expecting it to be just under, maybe about 8-9 as they come across the next timing line. But these two cars would ideally need to zip out of the way. 0.7 of a second. So Leonardo Poco will be getting a slipstream advantage from the Audi. Now he is within that delta range, but the other two cars in front will be helping out the Audi just a little bit. Just giving it a little bit more of a pull than probably the Aston Martin driver would have liked, but we shall see. So again, it is now down to 0.2 of a second. You can see all of the components inside the back of that Audi, and Leonardo Poco is relishing the chance to get the final podium place with 3 minutes left on the clock. So there's one Aston Martin moving out of the way. And this is going to be a braking zone run into turn 1. Leonardo Poco is going around the outside. The Audi only just cuts him off. Possibly a little bit of contact there. But the Aston Martin is not giving up in the slightest. Going to the inside of the next complex. There is contact, and both of them And they both spin. But the race is back on. I'm not sure as to how or why the 203 has come back, has slowed down on this. There is still a fight for third place. Meanwhile, the fastest lap of the race is now a 1:34.815, taken by Thomas Jack in the number 13 McLaren. And there's another hefty whack from the number 3 into the back of the 203. So possibly a bit of damage on the Audi, where they're unable to take as much speed through the corner. There will definitely be damage on both of those cars now. And as to whether that is that for this race, or whether this will be decided in the stewards' room later on, it is yet to be seen. However, as it stands at the minute, Alessandro Zampieri will be taking the final podium place in this race. There is a minute 20 left to go. So I believe this will be the final lap of the race, as our race leader is only at the first sector. It is once again a braking challenge into turn 1. The Aston Martin's doing exactly what they did on the previous lap. The Audi's not leaving them an inch of space. Little bit of a tap on the inside. The Aston Martin goes through, and the Audi has to let off just a little bit just to let them through. The Aston Martin takes the inside line, covers the Audi off. Audi runs a little bit deep through there, and the Aston Martin runs into third place. But will it stay like this? It is yet to be seen. It is quite possible both teams will be reporting the contact between the two cars, and it will be up to the stewards. And that Aston Martin is not very happy on race exit. That is very, very close to pushing. And the 203 goes back up on the inside of that 90 left, and they almost come together. And in fact, they do come together. So there's a lot of contact between these two cars currently, which is not ideal for either of them, as we have 5 seconds left of the race, as our race leader comes across the line and takes victory at the 7 Hours of Indianapolis, rounding off Season 3 of the AOR Endurance Championship. But the race is not over. Number 7 will definitely take second place as these two come around the final turn. So at the flag, it is Leonardo Poco taking third, but will this end in the stewards' room? It is yet to be seen. Will Race Control have something to say about those two? It is quite possible, but as it stands, Leonardo Poco finishes on the podium. Alessandro Zampieri comes home in fourth, and our second place runner, Marcin Olejage, we have not seen much of them in the number 7 BMW, but they will come home to take second place in this race. And as it stands, the 444 will win the Season 3 championship. An incredible race by quite a few drivers there. It is still not over between the 28 and the 201. They are still fighting for P7. Now, will the Ferrari make a last lap lunge? He was looking at the possibility, but I think the 201 may just have the legs on this one. And they are some of the last across the line at the end of this race. I think the 114, they will be the last across the line. And it is the 201. The 28. The 201 ran out of fuel at the line. That has to be... The 201 had to run out of fuel. That has to be. But there we have our race leader enjoying himself on his in-lap. But yeah, so the 28 takes P7 at the line. As our race leader as a race winner, sorry, not race leader, as a race winner comes into the pit lane for the last time. And we'll just casually park up and celebrate victory with their team. That has been quite an intense ending to the race, especially for a couple of the drivers. I have been told there won't be any interviews tonight. So there had to be someone. There had to be someone to make that joke. So on that front, the fastest lap of the race goes to Thomas Jack with a 1:34.815. Pip to Leonardo Poco, pit to the post at the last moment. At the last lap or so, while they were in that duel with the 2:03. But yeah, the big thing here is will that be resolved in the steward's room or not? It's yet to be seen. Meanwhile, I have been told we have a little bit of a change, because we do have two members of, I believe, the only two members of the winning crew of the 444 McLaren. Are there any more of you gentlemen, or is it you two?
I think it's just we two.
Firstly, congratulations on the win. It looked like you were fairly happy out front. Didn't look like you had much. I think the only issues you did have were lap traffic. Or did you have any trouble at the start?
Yeah, we started P4 and we managed to get to P3 and to overtake the Aston because the Aston isn't a good starter. So that's good for us. And our championship opponent, we managed to get them behind us all race long, and they get 2 DTs. So can chill in the front, and yeah, we had good pace with the McLaren. I think it's better car than the BMW on this track. And yeah, the main issue was with lap cars, as you said.
Yeah, so I do believe with that, the 201 finished in 8th. So with that, you also win the championship for the season. So congratulations.
Thank you.
The SPQ Racing crew did have a bit of a mixed bag today. The 201, I don't know if they had a couple of issues. But I think they did get off to a fairly good start. But yeah, it genuinely seems like you guys had the car set. You had the car set perfectly. Did you have any issues like with the car disagreeing, or was it just absolutely on the nail?
From my perspective, our race pace was quite good. We managed to get the tires, to save the tires in every stint, so we can do mid to high 35s at the end of the stint. And I think that's the main difference to the BMW, because at the beginning of the stints, they can do also all lap times, but at the end of the stint, they are dropping much more than our car.
Yeah. Did you have any issues in pit stops or anything like that, or was it just plain sailing for the entire 7 hours?
I think our pit stops were very clean and very fast as well, so we had no issues with that. Yeah, stint timer was a quite crazy thing at the end, that we had to slow down almost 20 to 25 seconds. But yeah, we're happy now. We won the championship with a very not boring, but the race was easier than I expected before. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean it is quite nice when you do get a bit of a more relaxing race, to say the least.
Yeah, but it was hard as well to keep the concentration high. I made 2 mistakes, but it didn't cost us to win the championship. It's all fine.
Yeah, I mean that's as it is. And it was just absolutely great. You guys did. I mean, yeah, you didn't put a foot wrong. Did you slow down at the end? to make sure you to make sure you'd run out of time to get the flag, or were you still going full pace on the last lap?
We slow down because if we had to pit to do the drive-through, we lost like 40 seconds, and so we lost 25 to 30. Yeah, saved 10 seconds.
So you
At the end,
mean
no really big difference, but yeah.
do you mean that we have to reset the stint timer if we get the extra lap, and that's why we slow down the last 2 laps and lose like 10 to 15 seconds? So we didn't get the extra lap, and so we don't get over the stint timer.
Yeah, I
or we
mean-
had to reset the stint timer.
Yeah, I think you had about a minute on the car behind, so it was it wasn't you did have a bit of breathing space on that one.
Yes, I think
How
so.
were you tight on the fuel as well, or did you have plenty of that left? Because I think one of the cars ran out of fuel across the line.
I don't know. Julian was last in the car.
I think we had 5 to 6 liter left.
So
It was-
you did have a little bit left.
Yeah, it was no problem in that case.
But yeah, so I mean, I have already had it confirmed by one of the guys that you have definitely won the title, but it might take a bit to just update on that. But yeah, I'll let you guys enjoy your evening and celebrate the win. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations also to number 3 and number 201 for P2 and P3. I don't know which one was in P2 at the end.
They-
I think,
so-
SPQR made it into P2
At
but
the
I'm not
line,
sure.
yeah, at the line, the 203 came across 4th and 3rd, but there was a bit of contact in the last couple of laps, so I don't know if that'll be taken to the stewards as of yet. So that one might be a bit of a weight on that one, depending on what they want to do. Yeah, the SPQR guys have got a fair points all coming their way anyway.
Oh, okay. So congratulations to them also, and for nice clean fights in the 4 races that we had with them. And yeah, thank you for the organization of the races and the whole events.
Yeah, they always try and keep you lot happy, and they are always listening. So I do know that they do appreciate it, guys.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
And that's it, guys. That is the race run. Quite literally, that is the race run. That is the end of the endurance championship. Poco interview. Okay. Let's get Poco in. Where have they gone? They have slightly disappeared from where things normally are. Leonardo. There we go. Yeah. Okay. 1 and 2. Hello, gentlemen. Congratulations on a well, first of all, for finishing the season. It's definitely not an easy thing to do with endurance races. But yeah, congratulations. I believe you got P3 at the end.
Yeah, I made the just translator for Leonardo. Leonardo, ti fai complimenti per la terza posizione, per per la stagione. Quindi non so se come vuoi commentare la gara e la posizione, poi io traduco.
La gara, diciamo che alla fine tutto sommato è andata molto bene, peccato per un doppiato che ci ha buttato a muro, altrimenti eravamo lì a giocarci il primo posto.
Aspetta un attimo. Okay, so Leonardo was saying pretty solid race, good race from his point of view. Pretty straightforward, except for an event with the lapped cars. Misunderstanding probably. So I been touched by a lapped car and hit the wall with 1 minute damage on the car and additional pit stop. It basically crushed this race, and so except that a pretty solid race, and he's happy for the outcome.
Yeah, I did notice there was a bit of contact between you and I believe it was the 203 at the end. Just on the last couple of laps fighting for that last podium place. Did you get did you get much damage from that, or was it like the just a bit of trivial contact between the cars?
Vuole sapere, Leo, se nella battaglia degli ultimi giri ti sei toccato violentemente con il tuo avversario per la lotta per il podio, e se hai riportato dei danni oppure se è stata solo una toccata leggera.
No, sono state più di una toccata leggera, e quindi sì, la macchina ha riportato dei danni, però tutto sommato sono riuscito ad arrivare sul traguardo.
Quindi più toccate leggere, più di una.
Sì.
Okay. So, Leo, he says that there were multiple touches between the two cars, but not too hard, so a little bit of damage on the car, but fair enough to end the race in the third place. So basically, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I mean it does seem like you had a to put it one way, one hell of a race. I mean, especially in the last stint. Because Leonardo, you were doing, I think you were taking about at least a second out of the 203 every single lap. Like, was that you pushing, or were you just extraordinarily comfortable in the car?
Dice che specialmente negli ultimi giri ti ha visto indiavolato, negli ultimi 10 hai guadagnato mediamente un secondo al giro sulla macchina davanti, e vuole sapere se stavi facendo semplicemente il tuo ritmo oppure se stavi spingendo come un dannato per prenderlo.
No, stavo spingendo da pazzi, infatti alla fine poi le gomme, a 5 minuti dalla fine, hanno mollato completamente le gomme.
Okay, so he was pushing like hell. So yeah, so it was at his best, and he also asked a lot from his tires, and at the end it was really without any tires on his wheels, and so it's yeah, quite a hell of last 10 laps.
Yeah, did unfortunately get pipped to the post. It was on the last lap or so. Someone did beat you to the fastest lap of the race by about a tenth and a half. So unfortunately you didn't get that, but yeah, especially for the last half an hour, you were easily the fastest man on the track, barring like a couple of passings of back markers. But yeah, just absolutely, it was just an absolutely stellar job from not just from Leonardo, but Francesco as well. You guys just absolutely went for it, and yeah, it's just absolutely amazing. So yeah, congratulations on the podium.
Thanks, mate. Leo dice che giusto alla fine ti hanno rubato il giro veloce per circa 1,5 giù di lì, e quindi dice che se no era il tuo, e me lo confermi?
Sì, sì, è così. Era di fide veramente,
Era di fide.
Francesco. Era di Francesco.
Okay. Okay. So, Leo as well, thank you for all these compliments. And yeah, the fastest lap was Francesco's till the end of the race, but at the end, as you said, another one pick it. And so thank you very much for all these compliments. We are also my teammates are very happy to enjoy a championship like this. So thank you to all the organization.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely. They are always listening, and they do know how much you appreciate it, and yeah, they just love that they can put on something where you guys can have a lot of fun. But I'll let you gentlemen enjoy the rest of your evening, and yeah, I'll let you, I'll let you guys get to calming down after that quite tense last stint.
Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Have a nice evening, you too. Cheers.
No worries, mate. Okay, so that is it, guys. That is it for us tonight. That is it for tonight's race. That is it for the Endurance Championship Season 3. 4 amazing races, each of which have had their unique moments, both good and bad. And we will definitely have a lot more in the future for you. So keep an eye on the Apex Racing Discord. You can find that through the links for the website in the description below. And again, once again, thank you to all the organisers who put the servers up, organise the racing, and do all the admin stuff behind the scenes. I am the only one on tonight, but I am not the only commentator who does hang out in the comms box. I do the Endurance Championship. And then a couple of the other guys, they do some of the other leagues as well. So we've got Benny Cage. We have Tim. We have Tetradex. We have Mr. John Watts. We have Christian as well. And I don't think I've missed anyone out other than myself. We are always back on AOR with live streams, so if you do want to find more of us and more of the commentators for weekly leagues, then hit that subscribe button. But other than that, I'll simply bow out and say thank you for everybody who's watched this season. I hope you've enjoyed the racing as much as we have. I hope you've enjoyed the commentating as much as we've enjoyed doing it. And we will look forward to seeing you next season.